if I don't do nothing else, I'm gonna talk that law. Let's talk about it. But before I get started, for those who don't know me, I'm a Texas trial attorney going on my 5th year in the game. Y'all see the law license on the wall signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. Let's get right into it. So right now we're having the hearing, the first hearing with the new judge. I'm gonna jump right into it. I'm gonna play the video. I know some of y'all already watching it on other channels. I'm just play it here, and then we can talk about it at the end. Let me see if I can share my screen for those who may pop in. I know y'all on other streaming sites. They say you're late, but I had court today.
Admitted and ruled upon, because there have been moments
let me see if I can make this work.
Have been shown to a witness or spoken on, and the tendering party represented that the exhibit had already been admitted, and upon closer inspection, the exhibit had not been admitted.
Okay.
Hello.
So we are asking for a date from the court.
Okay. So when can you have yours ready to
dole out
to everybody?
We can have ours ready by Tuesday, if we can exchange them by Tuesday.
Okay. Is it, I assume everybody's been kind of tracking this. Could everybody have what you think is the state of the evidence by Tuesday?
I don't think that's going to be hard to do if it's okay.
I mean, frankly, whatever the court reporter has is what's accurate. So it might be that I can just get that list from the court reporter and give it out to all of y'all. And if there is that might be a better way to do it. And then if there is a discrepancy and anybody who believes that's inaccurate, we can take it up. So why don't I talk to and we're going to be from now on, well, y'all all know Miss Parker, but Miss Parker is retiring in 1 week. I'll have a new court reporter, and I know.
You know what?
It's the end of an era, but I'll have a new court reporter, Ms. Winfrey, who probably a lot of y'all know anyway, and she'll be moving forward. I'm going to ask Judge Glanville's court reporter to start working on transcripts, because I'm going to need them, but we'll all need them at some point probably, because just transcribing what's happened so far is going to take months and months. So we're going to shift not only judges, but also court reporters. So I will get with Judge Glanville's court reporter and ask her to give me a list of what has been tendered and either excluded or admitted or is still hanging out there. Give that to all of y'all, probably just through email from Ms. Rosser. And then if there is any discrepancies, y'all can let me know that, okay?
That would be great. Does the court, and I understand that there's really no way to tell accurately, but does the court have any idea of when we could anticipate receiving something like that?
I think pretty quickly. I mean, I've had a couple of communications with her already, and she seems pretty on the ball, and she's tracking it all on an Excel spreadsheet or something. So I don't think it'll take long. I think I can get y'all that by next week sometime.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me write my to-do list. Okay.
Miss Love got her skirt on today. Hey, Reese.
All right. What else?
Your Honor, I'm reviewing all of the notes from representations made by counsels for each of the defendants. And based on my review of those notes, I don't believe that there are other matters that we need to address at this time that are properly addressed without the defendants here.
All right. And do you have an idea of when you can get me the list of the rulings so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I know that's a bear of a task, so
that's okay.
Don't want to be unreasonable about it.
Just 1 second, because we have already begun that process.
Right.
And let me, if the court will permit me to confer with
Sure.
our team members who are working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need y'all to confer in a microphone so we can hear y'all. So we can hear what y'all talking about. Y'all ain't saying nothing, no way. Oh, man.
Actually in on this case, or are you just standing in for Mr. Williams today?
I'm actually in on
Okay.
the case. I did file an inquiry.
Okay, thanks.
Judge, at this point, we all in on this case. All of us in. Yeah, I was leaving court and I was trying to watch the beginning of it. And I seen a lot of people already live.
And Your Honor, I know that we can have that list before next Friday, or at least by next Friday.
That'll be great.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. With regard to the most immediate scheduling, the kind of getting through, hearing argument on, getting rulings on the things we all just talked about that are pending. Is everybody available all of, and I guess I've already got y'all, unless Judge Glanville had excused you, I think I've got y'all, but is everybody available? And I'm not saying we're going to be here 8 to 5 every day, the week of the 29th, but is the week of the 29th, everybody's available to the extent we need all of those days? Okay. Anybody not? Okay, perfect. Because I'm thinking that at least most of that week, that's what we're going to be doing, which means I am not going to be going to the judges' summer conference, but that's okay. That's okay. Okay. All right. With regard to kind of further in the future, just when we're going to be having trial, I think it's maybe been like 4.5 days a week or something. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter what it has been. Here's what I'm thinking. I am thinking that when we are in trial, we start at 8:45 and go to about 6, at least until the time changes and it gets dark early. And I'll have to obviously make sure that all the jurors can do that. I don't know what their, pick up kids schedule is or anything like that. But I want to make the most of our time, like I said, while we're here and have them. So that's kind of going to be my plan going forward. And it may be that we want to go all 5 days. It may be that we want to, break at lunchtime on Fridays. And if we have other business to do, we stay for the afternoon. And we may not start August 5th with the jury. We may have so much left to do still that we give them another week. But once we do start back with the jury, I'm thinking 8:45 to 6. And when I say 8:45, I mean 8:45. I intend to take the bench at 8:45. I expect I know that the parties, the defendants will be here because the sheriff's office will have them here. I want all the attorneys to be here as well. And if you have 5 attorneys on your side, as long as one of them's here, we're going forward. Okay? So I don't want to be waiting around till 9:30 to get started. 8:45. All right, so that's that. So a couple of things have been brought to my attention that some people might like changed now that have a fresh face.
Thank you, Tom.
And y'all, some of these are really kind of insignificant, but I'm gonna go ahead while we've got some time and bring them up. Food in court.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Everybody can have water whenever they want to. The attorneys can have, whatever drink they want to, as long as you're not klutzy like me and don't spill it all over everything. I guess if you do, that'll be your problem.
What, no food?
If we are working through lunch and the jury's out and we're working and y'all are here and the clients are here, that's okay. But snacking while trial's going on, we're not
Young-
going to be doing that.
Uh-oh, Young Thug.
So if we are working through lunch, if we are working late and it's dinner time, it will be okay to the attorneys or the defendants have food. Not while somebody's on the stand testifying, okay? It's not, we're not at a movie. We're not going to be eating popcorn. Hopefully that'll be all I have to say about that. Apparently, one of the first things that I don't know how many different deputies told me was the clothing for the clients has gotten a little out of hand in terms of how much they all have now. That so, yeah, I don't know, but
you worry about the wrong
y'all
thing.
need to maybe get together and let's exchange most of that. And sure, they can have new outfits for court, but
Right.
it sounds like they're like full wardrobes full of clothing for some of these defendants. And that's just a lot for the deputies to have to keep up with. So how about if y'all check in and maybe through Miss Rosser, y'all all know Miss Rosser, I think she's not even here today. Yes, she is over there. Miss Rosser, my fabulous litigation manager. And let's make sure that it gets whittled down to a manageable amount of clothing, you know, like there are only going to be 5 days in each week. So even if they had a different outfit every day, that would only be 5 outfits. Okay. We shouldn't have 20 different outfits for anybody. So y'all need to clear out apparently the closet. So now I've done that for the deputies. They'll be more happy. Okay. Next topic. Minimizing disruptions in court. I don't exactly know what that means yet, but let's try to conduct court in a way that minimizes disruptions. And we'll just leave it at that for now.
DA Love.
There was an issue about apparently, and I'm not even sure if I understand exactly what has gone on with this, but the defendants listening through earpods to things on laptops while court is going on. And I'm not sure I understand why that's happening.
That's
and that
old.
raises some security issues with our security staff, with the sheriff's office. So can somebody kind of explain to me what that's about?
That's
and
old.
why that's necessary? And if nobody wants to, then we'll just do away with it.
I think it was originally combat order.
All right. Well, we won't be bored from here on out. So then if that's the only reason for it, I want to be moving forward efficiently and expeditiously. So let's just plan to not have that happen anymore. And if there arises some new reason for it, then we can address it again anew. Okay? Yes, sir.
Good morning again, encouragement actions. There are times where the defendant might need to listen to evidence, interviews, things of that nature. And I've made that available for my clients to listen to some of the interviews from witnesses, testimony, prior interviews, things of that nature. For evidentiary purposes, that would be a request for my client to be able to have that.
Right.
access.
It's hard to do when they in
So
jail.
why is that happening in court? That seems like something that should happen after hours between the two of you.
Certainly understand that. Just maximizing the time that I have with my clients since I don't have availability with them outside of court every day. So he's here, we're here. So a lot of times I'll give them an opportunity to review evidence.
All right.
That would be the only reason I want to ask.
I'm going to ask that you try to get that done outside of courtroom time. And if there is some sort of an emergency, unexpected reason why something can't have been reviewed before, then you can bring that to my attention. But okay. All right. I would like to find out from kind of everybody how many witnesses there are to go and what you expect those witnesses to say.
Uh-oh.
And one reason I say that is because
Here we
Judge
go.
Glanville had entered an order, which I may not have brought downstairs with me, but y'all, when I describe it, will probably be familiar with it, that essentially said, everybody, not really, but several parties have asked for mistrials, I think, because things are moving so slowly. And he entered into order that seemed to say, it appears that the state has 200 and something witnesses. We're on 50 something now. Everybody's causing disruptions, or not causing, but there have been a lot of disruptions because a witness is on the stand and all of a sudden one party or the other comes up with some video that nobody's ever seen before. And that's the reason for all of this disruption. But at the same time, you know, maybe some of this can be whittled down. And that is a wild paraphrase of that order, but I think y'all know what I'm talking about. What I want to know is, where are we really? I mean, I know, you know, witness lists look one way before the trial, and who you end up calling oftentimes ends up being something different. I know this is a multi-count indictment. I know that there are a lot of defendants involved in several different incidents. And I don't expect this right now, but I would like from everybody, to the extent the defense knows whether they're going to present a case or not, a realistic list of witnesses, maybe like what counts they go to and what you expect those witnesses to say generally, broadly. Because this case has been going on for a really long time.
She's talking to the state.
And there is a rule that lets me exclude cumulative evidence.
Mhm.
And I might end up using that. So how about y'all give me a heads up on all of that, okay?
Let's go.
If that is something that y'all could have to me by next Friday for everybody, that would be great. Let's see.
Hey, Mama. Yeah, she talking to the state without directing it to the state.
With regard to kind of just general scheduling, other than the week of the 29th, and then I was told, I think Monday through Thursday of August 19th through 22nd. Is anybody aware of time that has already been given to the jury as you're out of court this week? You have this week free? No? Okay. All right. Does any attorney right now know of a date that nobody from your team can be here? And I wouldn't expect that to be the case because y'all are in trial, but no, I mean, anybody getting married? Okay. So I hesitate to even say the next thing I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. The little bit I have seen about this case, it definitely has appeared that there have been times that tempers have flared a whole lot and that people have been maybe less than professional.
Uh-oh.
And I hope that this kind of breather has given everybody a breather, and everybody has been absolutely wonderful here today. But I would like for us to maintain a degree of decorum and dignity and professionalism. That is what is really expected of all of us as members of the bar. I don't want to have to say anything beyond that, okay? But if it gets to a point where I think that is not being carried out appropriately, we're going to all have to talk, okay? All right. All right, what else do y'all think that I need to be thinking about, or do we need to be talking about, or at least raising to talk about later? And anything from the state?
Your Honor, I believe that the court has sufficiently addressed everything that we had anticipated we needed to address with the court.
Okay. All right. Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Sharp, anything?
There have been, this case, as you know, is enormous, and the discovery is enormous. There are certain, with Judge Glanville, we have some general rulings about some matters, but not particulars.
Okay.
I'm just trying to give a heads up. This is an example, but I don't think this is the situation. I have filed a motion regarding, it was a wiretap.
Okay.
And the judge overruled my objections and stated that the wiretap was legal. He made that finding. However, there are other issues about the wiretap and the particular things said in the wiretap. Some of those pieces of communication may be admissible, may not on an individual basis. Certain things like that, I'm just giving the court a heads up, have not been parsed through to the particulars.
Okay.
And we've discussed like the need to do those things, and some of those things we kind of kick the can down the road a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still outstanding.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring it to
All right. So maybe when everybody is putting their lists of witnesses and what they're generally going to be talking about together, they could also, I don't know what happened to my mic all of a sudden. They could also include, if there's any kind of either voluminous evidence, video evidence, audio evidence that we need to be considering admissibility of before the witness testifies, if y'all can maybe list out for everybody what that is. Because yes, I absolutely want those things to have been determined before, witness Smith gets on the stand and we have 18 hours of some kind of video statement that nobody's thought about yet. I'd like to say I'm sure that all of the evidence has been exchanged by now. Would I be correct in saying that?
There's reports that we're still missing. State has said that they don't have those reports. Officers have testified that they wrote the reports.
Okay.
And we're still missing.
All right.
That's been a recurring thing.
All right. If everybody wants to detail anything that they think is missing, and I'll hear from the state on whether it is either missing, about to show up, or does not exist, that'll be something we can take up substantively, just so we start out all on the same page. That'll be something maybe y'all can do next week, and we'll take up the week after that as well. Okay, because if we need like 5 days of motions in limine, we need to do that. Okay.
Judge, I just wanted to make clear that the state has complied with its discovery obligations, and we have turned over all of the discovery that exists in this case. And as the court is aware, discovery is that which we have so we have turned that over, and we've actually gotten and requested, we've sought from outside our office any other materials that existed in the universe. We will do as the court has instructed and provide to the court a list of matters we believe have been unaddressed still as they pertain to our requests for reciprocal discovery.
Okay. And Mr. Shard, I know you've been in my courtroom before, and typically I have, one side or the other list out specifically what they think is missing, and we inquire about it and try to get to the bottom of it. So that's what we will do. Y'all make up the list, and then we will do that. We'll actually go through it in detail so that everybody knows what's going on and we all are on the same page. All right. And y'all, for any evidence that there hasn't been a ruling on yet that I'm going to need to consider the admissibility of, I obviously am going to need a copy of that. So if I've got 5 hours of some audio to listen to, I don't want to listen to that in court. I want to listen to that beforehand so that I know what we're talking about before we get to court to hash it out. So get me all of that as well. And that'll be more homework for me to do. Okay. All right. Then, so let's go through anything, either Mr. Williams or Ms. Sabashi for your client. Okay, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Steele.
No, not
Okay. All right. Okay. The next thing I want to raise, and I have no idea what has happened before now, but I would like to encourage everybody, while we are kind of in this pause, to talk to each other about whether there are any plea negotiations that might be fruitful, whether there is any room for movement by anybody on anything, any plea. I mean, I'm willing to entertain any kind of plea at any time. It can be a joint recommendation. It will be non-negotiated, since we're in the middle of a trial, but it can certainly be a joint recommendation, or it can be state wants this, defense wants that, or it can be we all want to keep going with this
Right, we passed that.
I am here to give everybody a fair trial and everybody a fair shake, follow the law. But I invite during this pause, if y'all want to think about that and talk about that, now would be a good time to do that. Okay. All right. So I think that y'all have a lot to do and I have a lot to do, and we will plan to get all of our filings and all of our responses in before the end of next week at the dates that I had provided. And why don't we plan to maybe not Monday, but Tuesday, the 30th. All convene here at 8:45 and just start tackling everything that got filed, okay? And we'll plan to go pretty much all day until we finish every day that week. And by the end of the week, I'll know whether we are at a spot to bring a jury in or whether we need another week. All right, anything else from anybody?
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes.
The court instructed that we provide the court with evidence for which there may be admissibility issues.
Yes.
I wanted to ask for the court's clarification if that meant whether there have been prior motions to suppress filed, or if the court is instructing that notwithstanding the absence of a motion to suppress on a particular piece of evidence, that we are now going to be entertaining motions to suppress. For instance, if there's a recording that we have turned over, will the court be entertaining motions to?
So I don't really know what the expectation has been. I mean, if this had been my trial from the get-go, we'd have litigated all the motions to suppress by now. Motions to suppress shouldn't really be getting filed mid-trial. That being said, I would rather, if somebody is going to stand up and say this is 100% unconstitutional for X, Y, and Z reasons, I shouldn't be letting in something that's unconstitutional for X, Y, and Z reasons. So I'd like to know it, but I mean, I want it to be a legitimate, valid concern evidentially, constitutionally. I don't want it to be, here's my chance to challenge everything under the sun. So I don't know if that answers your question, but it sounds like there are
Love mad.
chunks of evidence that everybody has just basically not gotten to yet. And y'all sort of said, all right, we'll get to that when we get to this witness. And if y'all have been operating on a kind of rolling, all right, when we get to this witness, we'll deal with that evidence, then I don't, if that's what the expectation has been, then I wouldn't expect y'all to have all filed all of your challenges. I don't know what's been going on.
Your Honor, that has not been the case. No, but because of the way that the court indicated that the court wanted parties to provide evidence regarding admissibility issues, I just wanted to make certain that I understood what the court was instructing. There have been evidentiary issues that I believe the parties disagree on. The state disagrees with counsel for defendants' interpretation of what is right and what is valid for contesting at a particular moment. I don't doubt those will continue to arise. I was asking as it pertains to what the court instructed just a second ago regarding evidence. I didn't know whether the court was doing something different than what I.
Okay. So I don't intend to revisit rulings on evidence that's already come in. But for evidence that we know is out there and was going to be introduced a month from now with, witness Jones, if y'all been doing that on a rolling basis and y'all know that there are going to be evidentiary issues with it, things that I would have considered motions in limine, then I want us to all go ahead and voice that now and sort it out so that we know when the witness shows up, what can be talked about and what can't be. And I don't know if that gave you clarification. Okay. All right. Ms. Abbasi.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may, I have to disagree with Ms. Love that it's been going along that we've already had motion about what is not admissible. Just to propound on kind of what your Honor was mentioning and what the task of the defense faces, we have a list of 8,000 jail calls. We haven't listened to 8,000 jail calls, and I think probably the majority of them are not relevant. Everyone would agree that they're not relevant. The state's not actually going to introduce all of those jail calls. However, defense, our burden, if we don't raise the objection, it's been waived, and then it comes in at trial.
Okay. So, that's why the witness lists with what this is relevant to and what evidence is going to be used is going to be, I hope, very helpful in giving us all a better kind of groundwork.
Yes, Your Honor, that is precisely what I'm asking.
Okay.
20,000 pages of Instagram is going to be these.
Okay. Okay.
And Judge,
Yes, sir, Mr. Adams.
good afternoon. Again, Judge Keith Adams with Mr. Steele for Mr. Williams. Just to, I think the court wanted to know if there are things that Judge Glanville had been doing in regards to that particular issue. And I did want to just append to what Mr. was saying. For example, there have been jail calls, there are interviews that generally speaking there have been hearings on the admissibility of those statements.
Okay.
But the court has oftentimes said, I agree that, for example, this statement may be admissible, but there may be some things in the statement that's objectionable.
Sure.
We'll deal with that.
Okay.
At that time. The court has routinely been doing that. So not necessarily kicking the can down the road, but addressing issues as they come up. And the
Okay.
court has urged both sides in advance of that issue coming up, if we can get together and iron some things out, let's do it. We've been working to do that, but there have been routinely times where we said we just disagree. We've had to take those items up. And I think what you would like, what Judge Glanville has asked, is that let's let you know about it as far in advance as we can. That way you can set aside some time to deal with it without impinging on the juries.
Absolutely. I mean, that is, I want to be respectful and cognizant of the jury's time. I also want y'all to all know what to expect to the extent you can, and litigate every thing that we can litigate beforehand, if it's going to be necessary. Now, if there's some totally irrelevant Instagram post and the state knows they're not going to use it, but they listed it a million years ago, their updated list that they're going to share with everybody should not include the Instagram post that they know they're not going to use. So, all right. So I will expect whatever filings y'all, I will anxiously anticipate all of them. Make sure whenever you file anything that you contemporaneously email a copy of it to Ms. Rosser, because the court and chambers do not automatically get what y'all file. I have no idea what you filed unless you actually let us know. So make sure that when you file it, you send a copy to Ms. Rosser so that we know about it. Okay? All right, so I'll plan to see everybody bright and early at 8:45 on Tuesday, July 30th. All right? Don't leave until you make sure Ms. Rosser has your cell information. All right? Yes.
Judge Glanville had, for both sides, 2 Fridays before that tell the other side what witnesses and what exhibits are going to be in play. I would hope that that continues. That was very helpful.
That sounds like a good idea. So sure, we can leave that as sort of a standing rule. And I suspect that this is true as well, but let me go ahead and say that as we're going through trial, I expect you to have your next witness ready to go. I don't want there to be a 5-minute pause between one witness getting off the stand and the next witness getting on the stand. And the state knows, we're in the state's case right now. The state knows what it's doing. The state has investigative help. Make sure you have enough witnesses to carry us through each day and then they're ready to go. Again, that all just kind of falls under the auspices of let's be respectful of the jury's time. Mr. Harvey.
Can I assume, Judge, that we are going to continue with the opt-out rule so that you're not going to get all 8 of us standing up going, I'm in too?
Yes, no, that's a great idea. Let's continue with that rule as well.
Thank you.
I mean, I plan to basically continue with the rules already in effect unless there's some reason to change them. So I hope if there is something, y'all can bring it to my attention. Otherwise, we'll just keep rocking as before. All right, thanks everybody.
Remember the press, there was a rule in place for the members of the press to get the witness on Friday, so if someone would be excluded to be shown on camera, I want to make sure that's still in place.
Okay, so I guess y'all would have agreed beforehand that a particular witness shouldn't be shown on camera. And then who gave the list?
The state has been providing to members of the press the list of those persons, and the judge has made rulings regarding those.
So I saw a ruling that said if there's somebody who, for whatever reason, shouldn't be shown, whatever kind of concerns, then they won't be shown in the, but
it wasn't exhaustive.
it seemed that was kind of a witness by witness thing and that there was an opportunity for input.
Yeah, there's an order that the judge entered, and there were certain reasons that the state could request that witnesses not be televised. I believe that was to be provided to us the Friday before, and then we would have the opportunity to object to that by Monday.
Right.
And then the judge would make a decision based on his criteria, whether that witness should be shown on television or not.
Right.
And I believe that Mr. Harvey has a standing objection to all witnesses at this point.
Okay. Wait. To all witnesses being shown or being excluded? Okay. Well. All right. Okay. Well, that's why I guess it's being taken up on a case witness by witness basis. So, Ms. Love, then you're providing that to the court and the opposing counsel. If there's objection, we're litigating it. And then are we saying it's like the next Friday that we then tell the press, or help me out on that?
Ms. Hilton says she has been providing that list. I will let her explain to the court.
Okay, because I guess I'm wondering, how is there a list if there hasn't been either agreement or a decision on it?
I believe, I'll let Ms. Hilton start, because she's the one that initially
Okay.
prepares the list.
All right.
Good morning, or
Good afternoon at
Your
this
Honor.
point.
What has happened is the week before, certain witnesses were going to come up the following week.
Okay.
We would identify any of those witnesses that we are asking not to be shown. We would forward that to the media as well as the opposing counsel. They would then decide, object, and we would hear on Monday the ruling from the court.
Okay, well, so then with regard to the media's inquiry, it sounds like what y'all have been getting as a list from the state is kind of the preliminary, we think this might be the case list. But Ms. Hilton, do you then give them and here's what our determination was list, or?
So normally the court has put on the record that Monday, whether or not that witness should not be shown.
Okay, so y'all you've got your list and you either strike that person off because I said they can be seen, or you just go with what's on there. Okay, that makes sense. So yes, we'll continue with that as well. All right, we're in recess.
All right, y'all. So what y'all think? What y'all think? Thank you, James. And hey, for the ones that came in. What y'all think? This judge sound like a teacher on the first day of school, laying down the ground rules. Yeah, Chris, the judge is still trying to salvage this case. Some people were thinking maybe she'll throw it out. She don't want to let it go. What's wrong with her? She said she's going to start at 8:45 every day and work until like 6. She's going to take us for a ride. She don't want them eating in the court. She even went as far as to say how many offices they can wear. You know, that's an issue for me, because if you have a client, you don't want the jury to know your client's in custody. And if they wear the same clothes every day or they're repeating clothes, the jury can't assume that they're in custody. And a lot of times if they think they're in custody, okay, they must be guilty. They're not out on bond. So if they're in jail, it might influence their verdict. So yeah, they need to change the clothes every day, like they going home every day. The jury don't know they are not supposed to know they're still in jail. Let them people have their clothes. I'm from the country, so we gonna, yeah. That y'all just in there. This Texas slang. I probably won't say as much as she did. I would think so. The whole entire jury needs to be polled. I think she been watching the trial. She didn't win. Once she got this case, she done got on YouTube. Maybe she came over to talk that law. And she probably said, that young man said that Glanville wasn't no goddamn good. He said it. She said Glanville leaving at 3 o'clock. He won't get nothing done. And y'all saw Love. She want a list of who the witnesses are and what they plan on testifying to. Now, see, James, this probably would have been a good deal at the beginning if they would have offered a good plea deal. But now the defense have the momentum. They have a crowd on their side. So I don't think that if they go to them with what was the deal for YSL, 5 years, they're not going to take no 5 years. That's not going to happen. because they feel like they winning now. We just saw the other YSL co-defendants when they went to the other judge, and they were like, "Are y'all gonna take plea deals?" And every one of them said no. She's not going to have a choice. The judge was clearly biased, and you can't go back and just yeah. I don't know. I mean, if I was a defense attorney, why not? Right? Who wants to start all the way over? Why not finish it and try to get a not guilty verdict, which they, in my opinion, they're on their way to a not guilty verdict. So why not? And then if you don't, by some wild stretch of the imagination, you get a guilty verdict, then you can go back and complain to the appeals court. Say, hey, we started trial with a new judge and the jury was off for too long. It wasn't a fair trial. And that way you can get 2 bites at the apple. But we know Love, she don't like this. Somebody said you're gonna be streaming. Oh, Joe, you're gonna be streaming for well, not if I have court some days. I'm gonna try to get on as often as I can. But did that woman say the jury not coming back till August the 5th, or maybe even a week after August? At this point, let them go. But it seemed like the judge, she kind of excited a little bit about this trial. Like she want the fame and the fortune. No, but it sounds like she up for the task. She has no plans on stepping down. I don't think she's gonna throw the trial out, because throw the trial out, she was gone too. I think she's gonna press forward with it. What y'all think? Oh yeah, it's a mess all the way around. A big mess. Somebody said, wait, let me see if I can find it. Oh, China, it's over with. She not going on with this trial. You think so? It don't sound like it to me. China, it sounds like she ready to go. She already laid down the ground rules. She's going to. I mean, I don't know why she's taking so long. Maybe she got other business to handle, but we're not coming back until July 30th. That's 11 days. 11 days. Yeah, I think she said she's going to address that. And now the lawyers, what they're saying is, since one defendant filed for bond, then it applies to all of them. They have what they call in the Harvey rule in effect, that if one person filed a motion, then it applies to everybody unless they specifically opt out. So what they're saying is the bond motion that was filed on behalf of one of the defendants applies to everybody. So they don't all have to file the same paperwork over and over now. Oh yeah, they mad, Mookie. Shout out to Mookie. They mad. Love don't like this. Love want to run the show. That woman said, not in here. Yeah, I agree with you, Scott. I don't think you can come back and try to repair this trial. I think it's over. I mean, now the jury's not coming back for another 2-3 weeks. What? What are we doing? What are we doing at this point? Like what? Yeah, I agree. I don't think she's gonna be looking bored. I think she's hyped up. Any other judge would have passed this case. She ready for it. She said, yeah, we're gonna come in at 8:45. We're gonna start on time. We're not gonna do what Glanville did. She should have just said it. She looking at the chat. The judge is looking at the chat. Tell the judge to come on and let's talk about it. My phone rang, but I think it's over, even if the judge said if it continues. Yeah, I agree with James. I hear you, China. Hey, anything can go in this trial. Anything can go. So, nothing to like just shock us. Like, oh my God, anything can go at this point. But I think she's gonna stay. Yeah, she acknowledged how we were saying how she started on time today. Oh, okay, so she watching, okay. And she's missing her summer judges conference for this. Hey, your conference ain't gonna have nothing on what you about to go through. Your conference, your boring conference. I ain't talking about none of that conference. Same thing every year. Let's cut it out. Same thing every year. Right here is where it's at, Ken. Shout out to Ken Goddess. Thank y'all for popping in. Yeah. Ain't nothing happening at that conference. You're gonna miss out on listening to Woody. The way he clowned on that 20 versus 1. Trust me, your judges conference ain't gonna have nothing. She had to be watching Fox because that's where we was. Yeah, as soon as I got out of court, I was watching a little bit as well. And it started off kind of shaky. I think it was like a bad echo, but they got it straight. Somebody said she want to salvage this trial. They finna wear her out. Everybody playing nice now. You know how the first day is. Everybody get to know each other. But they gonna push her to her limits. If she think for a second that love, everybody just talk. Y'all all talk and agree. Okay, wait on that. Wait on it. When I tell y'all that what's his name? Woody's gonna put on a show when he come back, especially now that he got all this fame. They're not gonna be able to contain him. They're not gonna be able to do it. Woody finna come in there and show his. Yeah. Let me do this right quick. I'm gonna make sure I block it off. But I do want to thank Ken Goddess for the $50 cash out. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for that. Always supporting. I might could give me a hamburger today. Shout out to Ken Goddess. Somebody put Ken in the chat. Thank you so much. Just have to say, what you mean? What you mean? Oh man, this is wild. This is wild. But this judge, it sounds like she's strict, but we know how it be. Teachers, they say one thing the first day of school, but then the students start pushing. We start pushing back, trying to see how far we can take her or him. Shout out to Ken. Thank you, Joe. I know you lying. The state had who page? The state deleted Woody and Kayla's page? No. As much as I talked about them, they should have started with this one first. As much as I called them out, they should have started over here because I'm going to tell it. They are deleting Kayla's video. Well, hopefully she got them saved. Yeah. Did they delete them again? Oh, so they deleted them twice? What? Somebody said yes. Golly. Somebody said, Glenn, shout out to Laugh. What's going on, Laugh? Somebody said Glanville was watching. Glanville called YouTube and said, if you don't take those videos down right now, we need Graham on here so you can ask what everyone is afraid to. We got this man all type of names, Glanville, whatever his name is. We need him on here. Yeah, I agree, Batty QB. There is no way she can just plop in the middle of this mess Glanville created. Thank you, Laugh. I miss being on here. I had court today. I was trying to hurry up and get back because I know if I don't start on time, y'all be going to other people's channels. Y'all forget about me. Come on back. Come on back. Come on back. No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm not just a YouTube attorney. I actually got to go to court. I got real lies. Today, the prosecutor was trying to play hard. I said, bro, just set it for trial. Just set it for trial. You're not going to be doing all this back and forth. What I think about the new judge, so far so good. I mean, I don't see nothing that's crazy. I made a few notes. Let me see what she said. She didn't want them eating in the courtroom. And I mean, I kind of can agree if the jury's sitting there and they've been sitting there for months on end and they're paying attention, they can't eat. And then they look out and the lawyers and the defendants are just snacking away, eating in front of somebody. That could be considered kind of rude and not considerate because they dying to go to lunch because they're going to be working from 8 to 6 and, they look out at everybody else eating, So I kind of get that one. That kind of makes sense. Unless there's a medical condition that somebody has, they got to have a snack to keep their sugar up or down and they have to snack. That's an exception. I think the judge won't mind. She said it's disrespectful to me. Yeah. Now, the AirPods, I've seen one of the lawyers said that sometimes he let his clients review video footage or recorded statements. And I mean, I get it. If you're there in court with your client and you need your client to listen to like a 1 or 2 minute video to verify if it's right or not, then they can tell the lawyer, like, hey, what he just said on the stand is different than the video, or what he said on his recorded statement is not true, and this is why, and they can tell the lawyers. So when the lawyers question that witness, they can question them about what the client said. And I know the judge said do it after hours, but really that's kind of hard because if you're in court from 8 to 6, then at 6 o'clock, the defendant's going back to the jail, the lawyer's going home to prepare for the next day. The lawyers are not going to the jail from 6 to 9, 6 to 10 to listen to, audio. I mean, that's not feasible. She said, yeah, as long as they're not listening to music. Yeah. And some of them be bobbing their heads like they turning up. Willie J say, yeah, I'm eating front of. That's kind of wild. They said that's your thug song, Take It to Trial. Shout out to, hey, Kimberly. Thank you for joining. I always thought they were listening to Testimony Emotions. I like her, but I don't because she seems to be a liar. Uh-oh, let's go. She knows some of the shenanigans in this case, like love, pushing steel. Yes, she knows. She knew a lot. You can tell the way she was laying down her rules. Her rules were directly in competition with Glanville's rules, like being on time, like eating. Like she knows what was going on in the previous trial. She knew about them like fighting with each other, the lawyers. Because to me, she knows she ain't crazy. That woman went in, come on, she watches talk that loud. That's what she doing. That's what she doing. That's why I gave her a good thumbnail. If y'all go see this YouTube thumbnail for this video, I made sure it was right. I want to just throw up no any old thumbnail. Let me see what else she said. Cumulative evidence. So basically, she's saying that if you have 10 witnesses testifying to the same thing, DA Love, she's talking to Love. She said, I'm going to exclude them. There is a rule in Texas we have, and there's a rule in Georgia. Let's see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull up the rule. No, I ain't finna sign up. Relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. So basically, you got the same people saying the same stuff, and they've been doing this a lot. Love to have somebody come in and say something, then she bring. I think she brought one 911 dispatcher. It was like an African American lady with braids. She was on the stand like 3 or 4 times. Yes, she talking to Love. She's talking to Love. I wanted someone to say, can Hilton stop with it's not for the truth of the matter? You're right. Hilton, stop lying. Who not about to play with Woody? The judge. Somebody said we called her a sniffle. Y'all know what? That woman, I think she said she was sick, right? I don't know though. I mean, because they kind of need. I mean, what's she gonna do to Woody? Put him in jail, and then the state won't get their witness. Yeah. So she hasn't overturned any of the previous orders. So yeah, his immunity agreement is still the same. He still have the same use immunity agreement. Let me see. Somebody said that a motion was filed today. I want to see if I can find it. Or if y'all have the motion that was filed today, let me know. If y'all can send it to my email, I'll pull it up. Let me see. But supposedly the DA, Love and DA Hilton, Brian still want them kicked off the case. Yeah, somebody have that. Let me see if I can pull that motion up. Or do we need to go to Thugger Daily? Shout out to Thugger Daily. They keep all the tea over there. Let me see. Let's see if I can. The only thing with Twitter a little different. It's hard to blow it up. I'll wait and see if I can find a. Let's see if this will work. It's a little blurry, but I think we can make it work. So we got a motion that was filed by Brian Steele. And this was filed July 18th at 5:32. So this was in the afternoon. And today the 19th, yeah. So we got the motion to disqualify the lawyers. And I think we only got the first page, but that's good enough. We know they no good. Let's see what they say. Comes now Jeffrey Williams, by and through his attorney, Brian Steele, and hereby files this motion to disqualify lawyers Love and Hilton in the above referenced case. In support of this motion, Mr. Williams will show as follows. What you gonna show? What you gonna show, Brian Steele? He said Mr. Williams is an innocent of all crimes in this bogus indictment. That's what he's saying. As previously asserted, lawyer Love and that lawyer Hilton have made themselves critical witnesses in this case. Somebody say, get them out of here. Including but not limited to when lawyer Love engaged in text messages with witness Bennett. See, she all in the back rooms having secret meetings and that she texting witnesses. And then also with lawyer Love, lawyer Hilton, and prosecutor Glanville, not judge, communicated with sworn witness Mr. Kenneth Copeland at a critical stage of Young Thug's trial during the now infamous June 10th, 2024, wholly improper ex parte in chambers meeting. That's a shame. So they texted on the phone and they in the back room. And y'all know how I say it, with the lights off. And then I think we just got this page. The undersigned, Brian Steele, said now he has a duty to cross-examine Woody, which is fair, lawyer Love, lawyer Hilton, and prosecutor Glanville on all facts of this secret strategy, secret meeting. What they say, shame, shame, I know your name. Well, who y'all talking about? Who went to sleep? Look at me, I'm all in y'all. Mookie, who went to sleep? Cavell. Let's see if the question say, when Hilton says the statute of limitations are for Woody, why isn't it up for everyone? Because she was saying like, I think she was talking about individual crimes that pertain to Woody. Because I know he had an incident where he had a shootout where he was defending himself. And maybe he was concerned that the feds would come and get him since he was in possession of a gun. I mean, the feds had got him before. He went to prison for 5 years for having a gun. So I know he was concerned. So maybe she was telling him, hey, they can't come get you because of the statute of limitations for that. But obviously there's no statute of limitations for murder. And that's why Woody even asked her. He said, hey, you know, he specifically asked her, what about murder? When they were in that secret ex parte meeting. Oh, yeah, y'all got some inside knowledge. See, Cavell don't want to tell it. Cavell don't want to tell it. So was there another motion filed? Let me see. I think it was another motion that was filed. Let me see. Come on, come on. Let's see what this new motion say. If I can get it to act right. So this is just a motion for bond that was filed by the defense attorneys for defendant Huey. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let's see what he's saying. What do you want? So renewed motion for bond based on a change in circumstances comes now Marquavius, if I'm saying his name right, Huey, and he filed a motion for a mistrial and or a renewed motion for a bond. Okay, so somebody had asked about this. Why haven't they filed a motion for a mistrial? Well, it looks like we got one right here. Who asked that earlier? Who? Somebody had asked why they haven't filed a motion for a mistrial. I think I lost it in the chat. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who said it, but yeah. Well, yeah, so he's asking for a bond and a motion for a mistrial all in one. Oh, it's James. Shout out to James. Why is the defense not asking for a mistrial? And I guess we got our answer. They asked for it. And Weinstein filed one too. So he's asking for one now. They filed this yesterday evening around 5:25. Based upon a change in circumstances and respectfully request this honorable court to consider the following facts. Huey was booked into the Fulton County Jail in December of 2021 and has remained in continuous uninterrupted custody without bond. So we're going on 3 years. December makes 3 years. Miss Kimberly, you're gonna be late. She said she's gonna start at 8:45 promptly. So 8:46, she ain't gonna let you in. Shout out to Miss Kimberly. Hey, what's going on, Jiggy? Shout out to Jiggy. Yeah, 2021. Since he had a arrest warrant from the grand jury indicted him, then you get a bench warrant. Mr. Huey petitioned this court, not this court particularly, it was Glanville's court for bond, September 8th, 2022, wherein this court denied bond, despite proffering substantial information to the court to meet all of the, who was this? Ayala factors for bond. And the Ayala factors, if that's how you pronounce it in Georgia. A court shall be authorized to release a person on bail if the court finds that the person poses no significant risk of fleeing the jurisdiction or coming to court. I mean, that's simple. Number two, posing no significant threat or danger to any person, to the community, or to any property in the community. Posing no significant risk of committing any felony pending trial. And then, number two, the state kept saying people, you got to keep them in jail. A lot of people are being threatened. If you let them out, they're going to threaten the witnesses. They already threatened them. You know, now people are saying, who is being threatened? We haven't had one person come to court and say that they received threats from the defendants. I think that was just an excuse that Love was using. To keep them in jail. And then Judge Glanville, he eating it up. People getting threatened? Okay, let's keep them in jail. Let me see if I can open up this second page. A lot of this is kind of blurry because I'm getting it from Twitter. But Twitter just as good. We can make it work. Let me see. Witnesses were, they were threatened by the DA's office. If anybody was threatening them. Somebody said, what? The whole state table looked like they were at, you know what? You know what, Chris? You know what? That's funny. What they have on? Maybe they know that the case is dead on arrival. That's what they should. They know this case over. Y'all think DA Love is going to file a motion to kick this judge off because of her campaign affiliations with 3 of the defense attorneys? Oh, somebody said actually in the original bond hearing, I don't know who FA guy said there was no evidence of threats. Oh, the DA, okay. The DA guy said there was no evidence of threats. Oh, well, see, the court was on notice. The court still wanted to deny bond. I bet you they told him up in the back room, DA Love, don't you ever tell the judge there's no evidence of threats. Wrong with you. Sit at the back table. Let me see. But she said it's very likely the jury will be out until August 5th. That will put them out for at least 2 months. That's insane. Yeah, and she said it might even be longer than August 5th, depending on how much they still have to go through with the motions that's pending right now. He said on Fake Surprise, they keeping the same jury too. Yeah. This is crazy. Yeah, Love about to be gone too. Love to sit down somewhere. Law crime has a bond hearing. No evidence of threats to deny bond, just hearsay and speculation. Right. So since there's no evidence of threats, then they're going to probably go on to one of these other numbers that we see here. They're going to say they have flight risk. You know, Young Thug has money that can flee, and they may not come back to court. They may pose a danger to the community based on the nature of the current charges. They may have been true when you first charged them, but now you're not even proving what you said you was going to prove in your opening statements. The only problem is this judge that we have now wasn't there doing opening statements, so she don't know what the state proved or didn't prove. But if she get on YouTube, she'll know they haven't proved a damn thing. Posing no significant risk of committing any felony. I mean, no, they don't have. I mean, you don't have a magic ball to see if anybody will commit any crime in the future. I mean, so I don't know if that was like a good factor. Let me see if I can share this one. It's a little blurry. So the defense attorney for Huey for the bond motion, he went went on to say, in our case, all defense counsel objected immediately to the ex parte meeting. So what he's saying is the change in circumstances was a secret meeting between the judge, the DA, and a sworn witness. It was a non-notice meeting between the judge and the state prosecutors, the sworn witness, the court reporter, and others. The defendants therefore were entitled to be present and to see and hear this meeting take place and were not. As a direct result of this conduct, recusal motions were filed, and the jury has been away from this case for several weeks. And they have heard continued testimony from witness Kenneth Copeland that they should not have. All of his conduct shall be considered new information, new evidence, and a change in circumstances requiring that Mr. Huey and the others, because they all joined in on this motion, and the other defendants be granted a bond. Mr. Huey and the other defendants have spent multiple days in custody during the delayed trial based upon the actions of the court and the no good, low down prosecutors and no fault of their own. Wherefore, Mr. Huey and the other defendants, Young Thug, request that this court grant, I think they, a typo right there, grant a reasonable bond based upon a change in circumstances brought by new information, new evidence, and considerable delay in his trial brought on by the state and prosecutor, not judge, prosecutor Glanville. And Carrington Matthews is the one that submitted that document. What's a critical stage? A critical stage is anything that's relevant to the actual case itself. Now, if you're going in the back talking about, a health condition, Woody can't testify on Tuesday. He could come in on Wednesday because he has to go get checked out at the doctor. That's not nothing a critical stage. That's nothing. Or Woody, he's going to get transferred to another jail while this trial is going on. That's nothing critical. Whether he's in Fulton County Jail or what's another one of y'all counties, Cobb County, that's not critical. But when you're back there talking about testimony about the trial, you're forcing a witness to testify. The witness admitted to saying, I did these crimes, or the witness saying, what else would he say? I might get on the stand and lie, or I never told the truth. I always lie. I was lying to the police. All of that is critical. That's something that, I did these crimes, was his exact words. That's a critical part of the trial that the defense attorney should know about. Because if my client is accused of crimes that a witness is saying that they did, then obviously that's something that's critical because it's exculpatory. It can set my client free. Yeah, it's Brady evidence. And it just, amazes me that the prosecutors, for whatever reason, said in their motion that that's not a critical stage in the trial. Pressuring a witness to testify. Yeah. If that ain't critical, I don't know what is. All right, let's see. Was there another, was them the only two motions that, was there another motion that I missed out on? I know it's been a while since I've been up here. Hold on, let me go back. No, I don't see. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, I'm looking at Thugger Daily. Y'all, who people dealing with. Share this real quick. from Thugger Daily on Twitter. Let me see.
Your issue of bond at that point in time should be appropriate.
Put the headphones in. Let's start over. So look, this is the man we were dealing with, Glanville. I think this was like day one.
That morning, along with your issue of bond at that point in time should be appropriate, depending on how I rule. Okay. Did I address you, Mr. Sharp? Did I tell Mr. Sharp get up? Okay. Okay. Just give me a second. Being eager. Okay. I'll just a sec. All right. But does that work for you, sir? At that morning, along with.
Y'all saw he was handling Shard, just disrespectful, flat out. The man can't even get up and talk. And the judge. Let me go back to and obviously in it's nasty work. And judges have a duty to be respectful, not just to the attorneys, but to everyone they encounter in the courtroom. You just can't be rude because you feel like it. So I think Ben needed to go. Let me see something here. Let me see something right here. As amended, this is the Georgia Code of Judicial Conduct, Rule 2.8. And look at B. Judges shall be patient, dignified. This man everything but dignified, let's be clear. And courteous to litigants, jurors, witnesses, lawyers, and others whom they deal with in their official capacity. And shall require similar conduct of all persons subject to their direction and control. And he's been anything but. He's flat out disrespectful. And I know people get mad, we get on here and we talk about him, but he did it to himself. How many he didn't have lawyers in contempt. He didn't put a juror in jail because I believe she was trying to video. She probably wanted to take a picture of Young Thug. I think for 3 days. What do you think about all this? Man, this thing, it's a mess all the way around. All the way around. But I think they should still go forward. And the only reason I say this is because they have a jury there now. No sense in starting over. Now, if they can get a mistrial with prejudice and it's done for good, yes. But if not, a regular mistrial, I don't like it because that means that the state can retry it again. So I'm saying finish this one out and let's see what this jury thinks. That means they have so many reasons they can appeal later on in the event of a guilty verdict. So why not at least go for not guilty? Now, I haven't had time to, but I plan on doing that today, Jiggy. I think it was a little bit over 2 hours. Yeah, but normally that happens after the trial is over with. normally they don't hear appeals in the middle of a trial because it may not even be worth it. If the jury finds them not guilty, then it would have been a whole lot of wasted time for the appeals court to make an issue or ruling right now. Now, if it is something that's serious enough, then they can always reverse it and give them a new trial. But I'm gonna drop the link. So if anybody got a camera and a mic and y'all got something y'all want to comment on, then let me know. Before we convene. I do want to thank all y'all for joining. And if y'all don't mind hitting a like and a subscribe button if y'all haven't already. What you waiting on is free. You know what? Don't. Yeah, so we saw it going on almost 3 years in December. So I think they should be given the bond off the strength of, who did it help or hinder? When you mean that, what do you mean? Who did it help or hinder? Like which part? P-Trex. Oh, thank you, Kimberly. I had to come on and say something. Everybody was falling over themselves trying to get to this little hearing, thinking something was going to happen today. In your own opinion, who did it help or hinder, the state or the defense? Yeah, what I'm asking is, what you mean by who? Like, what? Who did what help or hinder? Like by her continuing the trial, did that help or hinder the state, or by getting a new judge? What's going on, Annabelle? Thank you for popping in. He said that person will come up to after y'all. I mean, as far as right now, like I said, I believe that it's okay for the case to keep going, and because the defense, they have so many issues they can appeal. Let's say they found guilty, they have so many issues they can appeal just based on what Glanville did, that they are likely to get a new trial in the future anyway. But my theory is, let's finish this trial first, and if you get a not guilty, then it's done forever. You can't appeal a not guilty. You can't retry them, so it's gone for good. So I think by doing it this way, you don't have to start over, and you can get 2 bites at the apple. Let's see what this jury thinks. And I think this jury is probably gonna be not guilty. They so ready to go. I've never seen a jury have this much of vacation, take this many breaks. So I think the defense is in good shape right now. And the judge even said, if they compromise, then they won't have a choice. They don't have a choice but to end this trial, and then starting over is going to be up to the district attorney's office if they want to rebring the charges again. I would feel disrespected about the DA as the juror. Yeah. Ain't no starting over, B. The judge recusal looks great for the defendants if it comes down to the appellate court. Right. Definitely an acquittal. You don't want to leave the door open for a mistrial. Now, who knows? The Supreme Court might say, it's done for good. There's no retrial. But you don't want to leave that door open. You don't want that door to be maybe they can retry, maybe they can't. The only way you know for sure they can't retry is by getting an acquittal or not guilty verdict. And that means it's done forever. You can't come back in a year or 2 years or 5 years and represent these charges again. Based upon the statute of limitations, I don't know what the statute of limitations is for the RICO, but since the RICO includes a murder count, I'm sure there's probably no statute of limitations. If not, no statute of limitation, a lengthy one. Too many rights have been violated for a mistrial. Yeah, well. Yeah, I would agree could be a dismissal, but the only one that can dismiss it is the DA if she withdraw the charges, and it don't seem like they plan on withdrawing the charges, or the judge, and it don't seem like today she's planning on. She said, "Send me all your motions so I can read them all." Now, this is a similar situation that just happened with Alec Baldwin. But some states you can appeal a mistrial with prejudice because a mistrial with prejudice is not the same as an acquittal. Acquittal means you can never be tried again, no matter what court review it. But a mistrial, courts can reinstate. They can say, no, a mistrial was not warranted, so, you can try them again. Love didn't look happy. I mean, she lost her man. Her man. She had some help on her side. And that's crazy. She had help from the referee and was still losing. How y'all think she gonna do now? That Glanville's not there to help her out. Shout out the Thunder Drive. She was already looking crazy in the face. All the energy she had, all that's gone. Kimberly said she acted like she had some sense today. But she still was rude. Yeah, she can't help that. That's her personality. She what we call honorary. I mean, people have been dragging her left or right. They haven't liked her since her opening statement. With her wolf pack and all her Jungle Book comments. Yeah, the hand signals are gone, breaking it down with B. This judge ain't going for none of that. Let's see. She ain't going you law the jungle. Yeah, them hand signals, that's gone. What's that girl? What's her name? Is it Glorilla? She say, they be going for anything, but I ain't going for none of that. Glanville was going for anything. But Paige ain't going for none of that. And she used to be a prosecutor. So she knows what's what. Hey, 313, the best side. Thank you for popping in. She said, come on here, yeah, Glow. Get him, Glow. She said before y'all play with her, she go eat some jail food. Man, let me see what else the judge talked about. I think I went through. She wants decorum. She can wait on that one. She ain't gonna get no decorum. But I found it wild that she's encouraging the state to sit down with the defense attorneys to try to work out a plea deal. Woman, that's dead. Them people won't be able to work out what they want for lunch. They won't be able to work out what room temperature the thermostat should be set on. That's dead, Judge. Judge, you better read the room. Judge Paige, will they turn the page with you? Let me see. That may be the one thing that goes towards believing she hasn't been watching the case. That may be the one thing. Wait, which part? Which part? Oh, to try to get them to play nice, maybe? That ain't happening. Yeah, Glanville was coughing. I don't know if he was chewing peppermints, cough drops. The defense was trying to talk to him. He crunching and munching. Y'all know who the real winner of all this is? Jack. Jack don't have to sit up there, and that's the judge's dog. He don't have to sit there under the bench anymore and listening to Glanville's foolishness. Jack said he going home with with Coke. Jack and Coke. This ain't no joke. Jack at the house. Let me see. Does the judge have the power to drop the RICO charges with time? No. Yeah. That'll be invading the prosecutor's jurisdiction. Yeah, the prosecutors bring the charges. The judge cannot just unilaterally just drop charges, because the prosecutors represent the people, not the judge, the people of the state. Now the judge can determine the sentence. Now let's say they found guilty. Now the judge can determine what the punishment should be, if that makes sense. But she can't just drop the charges and say, okay, y'all go home. Now, with time served, let me put it like that, with time served, because with time served, you're basically saying it's a conviction. Now, she declares a mistrial. I mean, that's sending them home. But will that mistrial stick if the state appeals? Let me see. That she thinks they can come together and be professionals. Oh yeah, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Still already said he don't plan on talking to Love. He said if he don't talk to her another day in his life, he's happy with that. He almost told DA Love where to go and what to do when she got there. Somebody said 313 said Jack wait on that brisket, then I'm smoking. Poor Jack needs his own support companion, right? The companion dog need a companion dog in Fulton County. Jack on his way to Valley. Thunder drop the best side. Come on. Y'all ain't saying nothing in the chat. Oh man. But I do believe this judge, she's starting off on a good foot. Let's say get on a good foot. She's starting off good. I mean, I don't see an issue with her. She had a few, housekeeping matters that she wanted to lay down. But my thing is she knew about like headphones. How do you know about the headphones? She knew about them eating in court every once in a while. I think Young Thug probably had a snack or something. Shout out to Coco in the building. Thank you for popping in on us, Coco. We know you be on those bigger channels now. You moderating and whatnot. Well, you haven't forgot about us. Thank you. Oh yeah, them deputies big time. See, Glanville, a lot of stuff they didn't agree with Glanville, so what they did was they told this judge. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. I mean, y'all telling y'all gotta go tell about some clothes in the closet. Coco, I ain't gave nobody no wrench. Hey, my tolerance level is so much higher than everybody's. By the time y'all done blocking people, the way y'all be going off in the chat, it won't be nobody here but me. Do y'all get paid to have a wrench? See, I ain't a YouTube. I don't know all the details. I don't know how that works. Yeah, they need to remove Love and Hilton. Hey, who knows? She might still do it. She might kick him off. Let me see who. Yeah, she reasonable. Yeah, I can work with reasonable. And a lot of times lawyers get reasonable confused with she's always supposed to rule in my favor. I mean, that's not the way a referee works. A judge works. They're not going to always rule in your favor. And you should be prepared either way. If you have a motion, if the judge ruling in your favor, good. If she don't, you have a plan B ready. Don't let the other side know you got a plan B ready. You seem devastated. And get back to your table and pull out your plan B and go right at them. Coach, I'll be everywhere. I wouldn't delete nobody. It's a lot of folks I don't like. Oh. I think the 30th hearing is she going to start going through all the motions that's been filed. So that's the bond motions, that's the motion for a mistrial, like everything that's still pending. They're going to work through all of that. And I believe we're going to go every day. So the 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd. The way she want to work from 8:45 to 6 o'clock, they should be done. I don't see it lasting. The jury should be back on the 5th. She's saying that they may excuse the jury on the 5th and bring them back the week after if they need more time, but I don't see that. I mean, the motion that they have pending, I mean, you're going to give them bond or you're not. It ain't going to take a full day to decide that. And the way Love write her motions, she might not stand a chance in trying to keep them in jail without a bond. They are there all day and haven't had bond. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she did. Love did not like it. And DA Love talking about she needs until Friday to respond to the motion. Love. Don't wait till Friday, Love, and then say you need more time and then turn in some junk like you did the last time. Start working on it now. You got the whole weekend. What you doing right now? Between now and 5 o'clock. You're going to have all of next week. See what they do. They wait till the last minute and then they can't get it done. What's going on, Christopher Robinson? Thank you for popping in. She getting drunk right now. Her nerve was shut. Ruth A said, I don't want Love to use the dog ate her homework excuse again. Yeah, that was terrible. She said, oh, yeah, we had him in the back room. We had a secret meeting, but it didn't involve Young Thug or the other co-defendants. Okay. It took you 8 days to say that. Shout out to Nurse Shells back in the building. She was the first one in the building, if I recall right. She's trying to make a happy hour. If anybody wants to come up, y'all got a camera and the mic, feel free. I had dropped the link if y'all had any comments that y'all wanted to add on. What's going on, D? Them other channels must have let y'all off for today. They didn't let y'all out. Then we get to convene. They say, we was waiting on you, but you took too long. Why had court? I had said earlier, I'm not a YouTube lawyer. I'm not retired. Somebody said, no, they channel hopping. What's going on, Wall Spirit? Coco, for today, I don't have a drink sauce. So Thunderdrop said, what? So she can talk to her man Glanville to think about this stuff. That's why she needed until Friday. Hell, he don't even know the rules. They have to go in there and teach him the difference between civil contempt and criminal contempt. As much as he wielded that contempt around, you would think he'll know. What's up, Bree? Where I go? How the song go? Y'all know which one I'm talking about. Ashley. And we know Ashley came in there, the attorney. Yeah, Ashley said, no, Judge, you got it wrong. I think she should. Somebody said she gave Woody a bond in the past. And they say ain't nobody got a record longer than Woody's. Even Woody, you know, say himself he done been in and out of jail since a young age. State jail. I think he even did time federal prison for that gun at the gymnasium. They said he put a gun down in the bleachers to go play basketball, like AK. And somebody saw it and called the laws. Woody said that wasn't his gun. I hope she gives Bonds free. Yeah, he need a bond. Come on here, Annabelle. What's up, Bree? What's up, Bree? What's up, Key? Come on. Y'all funny. Y'all, I forgot today was Friday. Y'all getting it started early. Let me drop this link again. Yeah, they need bonds. I mean, we're going on almost 3 years. 3 years, and they haven't even been convicted of a crime. Not even so much as a parking ticket. And they've been in jail for 3 years. So imagine if they found not guilty. They can't get these 3 years back. These 3 years are gone forever. What's going on, Simply? Todd? Popping in the building. Appreciate you coming by. And for those that want to come back by, subscribe. They want us to grow, so they say. They want us to grow, and then no, we don't like that one. Yeah, we gotta wait 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And if you don't want to come back, I might as well wear you out while I got you here. Don't be talking about my judge like that. That's the problem. That's the problem. Well, if the judge do right, we won't have to talk about him. Thank you, Christopher. Joe say, "What's up, Coco?" Yeah, bro, they saying Auntie got beef with you. Wait. Who? Who got beef with who? Wait a minute. Boy, I be having beef. I don't even know I'm in. Who mad at me? Boy, y'all know. Boy, people be mad at you, don't even know why. Oh, that's that little Honda. I'm gonna have to. Somebody said, "Don't." Oh, okay. Oh, y'all funny. I ain't did nothing to her. No, I think she said she was playing. She was playing. Yeah, she was playing. Y'all funny, boy. I thought I actually thought y'all was talking about something else. I was like, man, y'all know what? Sometimes that's crazy how people be mad at you. You don't even know it. Might mess around and accidentally speak to them. Not even know. Oh, we mad at each other? What? You been mad a whole 2 years by yourself and I ain't even know it? What you mad for? Oh, you think she was playing? Uh-oh, hold up. Let me see what this is. Of course. One-sided beach. Hell, right? Because yeah, I don't let it get to me. Yeah. Some people do YouTube drama for a living. No, it's not that. That's why I try to say when it's too much going on, then we have to like when when it's like way too much going on. Chris said she had it so heated. But over here, I don't like to suppress speech. I know some channels, if you don't agree with them, they block you. You can't talk. You can't come up. As long as you're respectful, I have no problem with somebody giving their own opinion. And if somebody else have a counter opinion, guess what? They more than welcome to come up and give their own counter opinion. That's all my thing is. As an attorney, I'm big on our constitutional rights. So that's just the lawyer in me. I know some of y'all like, no, block them, block them. That's why I started having gained anybody no wrenches, because my tolerance level is extremely high unless somebody just being flat out disrespectful. Then I gotta put you in timeout for a couple of minutes. But shout out to Mr. Michael. He sent me a video. I believe it was this lady. She called the police for help. I think she said it was an intruder in her home. And then the police ended up showing up there, and he ended up shooting her in the face and killing her. And I think they just charged him with murder, and they are going to release the video next week. So I asked him, we can go over that video together once it's released. But that's crazy how you can call the police and then they show up and take you out. I don't know. It was just it's strange. They said that the police showed up because it was an intruder in the house, but she was cooking and she wanted to take the water off the stove. But when she grabbed the water off the stove, the cop was scared. I don't know if he thought she was gonna pour the water on. I don't know. But supposedly when he pulled out his gun, she sat the water down and he shot her anyway. Yeah, so we definitely got to look into that. Joe say, what is a wrench? I don't know. Like say, I like your channel with no blue wrenches. I like it like this. Look your hoe for in the rules to pop and they want you so you can tell them about how long they can go. Cause I'm gonna go to your level. Like semester views, yeah. If y'all don't mind liking the video, if you don't like it, like I said once before, dislike it. We still can get some engagement. Nurse says, I agree, freedom of speech. Yeah, everybody's not going to agree with everybody. And that's okay. Yeah, we can talk free without getting our comments blocked. Yeah. Boy, going on. Give me a Coach, I don't know, man. I never that shit. It's not that. Let me see. Yeah, I'm still learning myself. Somebody was asking me why you don't have a membership for it. I said I don't even know nothing about all of that. I got to look into all of that. He said he would not be silent. Yeah. So the one that's popping in, we kind of went over the new judge and we were trying to get a feel for her. And the consensus so far is we think she's fair. Until she shows us otherwise. But you can learn a lot. They used to say back in there, you can learn a lot from the word they use was dummy. If you see somebody do something and it hurt them, you touch fire and you see it burnt their hand, why would you do the same thing? So this judge she have learned. That's I have learned with a T what not to do based on what Glanville did. She knows she can't have a relationship with a prosecutor. What prosecutor would she be talking to? The man maybe sitting, I know not Brown. What's that other man name? Right. She learned. She learned you can have a secret meeting in a back room. Behind the desk with the lights off. So the wrench means you're the right-hand man, woman. I'm gonna change my name to Joe Thing. Yeah. She learned how to do hand signals with the prosecutors. You can't do hand signals with the prosecutors. Baseball signals, what people were calling them. Judge touches hand, his ear, then Hilton touch hers. And y'all remember when Hilton and Glove used to match? They ain't matching no more. Hilton about sick of her. Hilton had a good thing going, and she done got over there with corrupt ass Love, and people are turning against her. And supposedly, Hilton called herself teaching trials. Come on here, Jiggy, the defense attorney, the defense lawyer. Let me go. Where his picture at? Where you at, Jiggy? Come on back. Come on. Oh man, most times not. They don't let you jump and catch at the same time. Yeah. Wait a minute. Say what now? Jiggy, then she be sniping. Somebody had said that One of the lawyers charged like $15,000. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he already knew it was going to be a plea deal. But I think the lawyer that charged $15,000, I believe his case got severed. But I don't know how he can make any money charging $15,000 for a case that take this long. That's insanity. Now, maybe he said, you know what, 15,000, it's not a lot of money, but it gets me on TV. It lets me showcase my skills. Maybe I can get publicity, and other clients in Georgia will want to hire me in the future. Get my name out there. I'm investing in myself. So maybe that was his goal. Was maybe the money wasn't all that to him. So 15,000 was like a, let me tell her, a donation, because I sure can't see no profit from it. She said it's not her. She said it's not her, y'all. That's just for him to tell. Okay. So that's just for him to get out the bed. Is that what you're saying, Mookie? Just for him to get out the bed? Wait, what's 5 years from now? Oh my God, y'all, here y'all go, bro. Can we all just get along? God, it's only what, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? Jiggy, or did you, come on now. Well, see, most of the defense attorneys are working in teams. So if one can't show up, then the other one can show up. Even the judge said it now. As long as we have one lawyer here for each defendant, she can proceed. So she's not tripping about all the lawyers being there every single day. So if another lawyer has to go handle some other business in another courtroom or another county, that's fine. As long as you have, a partner lawyer that can stay here and represent the defendant, we can keep on going. Yeah, somebody say we want Miss Weaver back, because the court reporter we got now, they say she's about to retire in a week. And she picked a good time to retire because she don't want to walk into this show they got going on right now. Based on the energy I got from her today, I don't think she's going to dismiss it. I'm thinking she may entertain a bond, but I think she got just her vibe today. She just seemed a little bit too perked up. She got cameras in her courtroom now. We all know her name. We know she Paige. And she clearly turned the page. She said we starting on time. We ain't eating. We ain't drinking. No snacks. Y'all ain't changing all these clothes in my house. She said just 5 outfits a week. But even if you have 5 outfits and it's 6 defendants for the week, so 5 times 6. Thank you, Jiggy. Jiggy said he gonna cool out. He gonna relax. He gonna relax. Nurse Shell says she got she be on YouTube, but she got a good job and a man. Thank you to her. She got a husband. She got her own husband, Fonnie Willis. Says she don't need nobody else, man. She ain't gonna be creeping with her co-worker prosecutor, hiding money in a mattress. I know somebody mad I said that. They say, are you tired of talking about Fonnie? Is she tired of prosecuting this bogus case? maybe if this case go away, we can quit talking about her. But I think that's what she wants. From my understanding, I believe they said that she used a social media company to run her name to see what news agencies and outlets are talking about her at that time. Did anybody else remember hearing something like that? They were running media searches to see. I double check that to clarify. But I believe that's what they said she was doing. Hello, we got some confirmation. 313 said, yep. Shot her. Yep, okay. I knew I wasn't tripping. So they want right. So they want us talking about her. She hired a team to see who's talking about her. Well, we keeping her team in business. Because if we don't talk about her, there's no need for the team. She got to let them go. And we want them to have jobs. He said, yeah, that's normal. I sure it is. It's going to be real normal when you're messing around with a married man and you splitting the money with him in the back room. She say she paid him back, though. She paid him back in cash. Yeah, come on here, Dear Woke Christian. Shout out to Dear Woke Christian. We had a good time on his channel. And one of these days, we're going to get him over here so we can talk about it and talk that law. Social media engagement team. With the taxpayers' money, woman, get your own social media engagement team. Oh, he said he gonna come up now. He don't have to wait. Hold on, let me get the link. Where did it go? Let's see. Come on here, Mookie. Yeah, Lord, just not your lawyer. Hey, Rod. Thank you for popping in. Oh, you ready? Yeah, whenever you're ready, I can. Okay, you ready. Y'all, please welcome the one and only Dear Woke Christian.
What is happening, man? Grace and peace, brother. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
Hey, man, it's been a great day, man. We had a good time today. Introduced everybody to my sister from another Mr. Judge Whitaker. And everybody so far seems to like her, man. They think she's coming to do business. So this is going to be interesting. And so I wanted to jump in real quick because a family member of mine uses a social media company like that as well. And so you can tap there's companies out there, not advertising for any of them, but you can tap them and just say, hey, whenever my name pops up, tell me where it pops up. So it could be like some random obituary in Alaska, or it could be some court case out in Nantucket, or it could be something specific about you. So a lot of the time is the reason this person uses it is to make sure what's being said about her is the right thing. At least that she and her team can get ahead of it if it is something, that they might need to address. So for example, somebody on Facebook is talking crazy, they'll already know ahead of time. So when they get in office on Monday, they can address it appropriately. But for the most part, that's how they use it. What Fonnie was doing was literally more rock star status, like checking it to make sure that her social media status was on the upturn and such like that. So they were using it, and they use it to make sure that there's enough favorable content being shared about them. So it's not, so they're looking for Fonnie Willis's name. And okay, what are they saying about Fonnie Willis? Oh, this is negative, but we got these 10 positives. So they're weighing how well she's going day to day. And you can get like a score from a day to day. Like, for today, I got an A. Yesterday I had a C as it relates to my social media influence. So, I mean, that's how it works.
So my question would be, is that what would be the purpose of that? Is it for her re-election campaign?
Now, see, that's when you got to get your tinfoil hat on and start thinking like, well, hold on. Why would you need that? Like, I know why my family member needs that. And I can totally understand why they need it. It makes perfect sense. Why now, if Fonnie was using it just to be ahead of, making sure nobody's saying something, inflammatory or somebody sharing false information, that would make sense. But that's not how they're using it. They're using it as like star status. That makes me kind of start thinking that some of the rumors that these cases were kind of to push her up, to elevate her up. And I think you see it most tellingly in the Young Thug case, in my opinion. Nobody cares about those guys. There's some black men with dreads and face tattoos. Nobody cares about those guys. And they're literally using them as stepping stones. And so now they're like, well, let me make sure my what's being said about me, my brand out there in the marketplace is being said correctly. And then I'm going to use this to elevate me. Once I get this RICO, once I throw all these guys in jail for 100,000 million years, I'm going to be on an upward trajectory. And I think now they realize that they're not.
They're not. Right.
They're not. I mean, you can see it. And again, I could be making it all up. I could be 100% wrong. But I don't think I am. And you can see it. Like, look at Adrian Love. Adrian Love looks like she knows she thought that this was going to go a different direction. Not just for the W, not just for the win, but for the ability to push herself out there. Like Fonnie gets tapped by the Biden administration to get some kind of federal judgeship. And she's gone. Adrian Love saw herself becoming DA Love. And now they're looking like, oh, this thing about to all fumble. He about to fumble the bag up in D.C. She done fumbled the bag over here at the courthouse. I mean, in the DA's office. And I'm fumbling in the courthouse. And nobody gonna win. Right. So that's what I think it was. So that's why they're using it. But I don't think there's a good reason to use it for any other reason but to be, again, that rock star, superstar status. Make sure your brand is being positioned correctly. This is the same thing that, actors and musicians use the same thing to make sure that their brand, again, is being promoted properly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, she was doing it for fame, publicity. Every time she had a big case, she did a press conference.
You do.
She brags about her conviction rate. She's paying her side piece or her main piece, whatever she want to call them, all hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he's
paying somebody else's piece. She's such a strong black woman. She got to pay for a piece.
Come on. And you know what? She probably, she was benefiting from that money as well.
She benefited from it. I mean,
I'm gonna give you this money. You ain't doing it. You ain't doing it enough for me by yourself. It ain't your looks that's keeping you around. I want some of that money back on the back end. I think it's she. He kicking it back. It's called a kickback.
I'm trying to tell you, I need that get back. But I think so. I think it's interesting. I think we'll know by the end of November whether or not what I said as relates to why Fonnie is executing these cases, whether or not it's real. If Biden is able to stay in office in November, I think you'll really see a fast track to get Fonnie out of Fulton County to some federal judgeship somewhere. But then, of course, if Biden isn't elected, which it does look like that's going to probably be what happens, I think that's why you don't see Fonnie showing up anywhere. If you do a search for Fonnie, you're not going to find her anywhere lately. Like, why have you not been talking? Because, again, my name is Jason. I live right here in Atlanta. I be hawking, absolutely. So I'm like, why have you not been talking? Like, you ain't been at a church or, I got a problem with that anyway. So you ain't been at a church in a good little hot minute. Why? Because I think they know, like, oh, this ain't going like we thought it was.
Right. I think she's she's smart too. She's kind of distancing herself away from this case.
Oh,
so if it
no.
goes south,
no lie, because I'm telling you, if it was going better, and it was, let's say it had been going to Glanville, never happened, and let's say that Love and Hilton were getting some W's in the courtroom. You know, as sure as my name is Jason and it's raining outside, that Fonnie would be doing some kind of presser. She'd be doing some kind of presser, talking about my team, my fantastic, wonderful. She'd be raving about it.
oh yeah,
Oh no, she hiding out. She
yeah, and Love trying to hide with her.
right. Love should have brought you home. Let's just took your butt. You should go and collect this this L rather, and just go on somewhere. Because I just don't see it going well.
And she has too much pride just to withdraw the case.
That's in my opinion, that's going to be it. That's the problem. And a lot of people don't want to talk about that. But Fonnie Willis is an extremely prideful Black woman. There's nothing wrong with being confident. There's nothing wrong with being understanding and recognizing your worth and such of that nature. I got a house full of Black women. I want them to be humble, but I do want them to understand and confident in who they are and what they can do. That's not what we see in Fonnie Willis. Fonnie Willis has zero chill. And you think I'm lying? Go back and watch that when she barged into the disqualification hearing. Nobody was calling for her. And she came in there acting all of that was because somebody offended her or she felt like she needed to defend herself. And there it is.
And I think that's probably going to be her own undoing, because now the appeals court, they have all of that in the transcript. They may just even watch the YouTube video just to make it easier.
YouTube, man. They done seen it. They done seen the pink dress. They done seen it.
They done seen it.
They done seen it. And it's not a good look. And I'm saying, and again, so many people have pointed out, like, they weren't calling for you. Ashley wasn't looking for you. She could have not come in there and been fine. Matter of fact, when she came in there, they were discussing why they didn't need to call her. And then she come kicking the door down, talking about, here I am.
And then pretending like she wasn't watching it. Why you show up with that much steam?
If you wasn't in there with that much, right? Oh, somebody was talking about it in the hallway. Baby, no.
She was upset. Right, she was upset because the way Ashley was making it seem like they started messing around as soon as they met, and she didn't want that her image to be portrayed that way.
There you go, because she gotta get that marketing. She can't. Again, her brand can't be negatively impacted like that.
I'm surprised she don't have, because I know she was a good prosecutor from what I hear back in the day before she became a politician, the elected prosecutor.
Right.
And, she got so much credentials, she made it this far, but she don't have understanding. And they say, and all you're getting, get an understanding. And she got to understand that right now, this case is went downhill as well as the Trump case, and she don't want to withdraw the charges. So I don't understand it.
I think, sadly, there's a level of pride and arrogance, but then also, I call it brute force. It's like when if you're ever moving some furniture and whatnot, and you can't wait for your brother to come, or you're waiting for your neighbor to come help you pick it up, so you just do something really ridiculous. You just get hyped up and you just pick it up and you hoist it upstairs and you get it done. And when they come, you're like, oh, where's the furniture? Like, oh, I took it upstairs myself. I call that brute force. You can get something done, and you're going to be laying in the bed for 2 weeks, soaking in Epsom salt because you shouldn't have did that. But you can get it done. Okay. I'm old, so I can tell you that. I can get it done, but I'm going to be like, no, let me just wait. Let me wait for talk that could come. What time you coming, bro? Yeah, I'm going to just wait. I'm going to wait for you to come. But so I think Fonnie thinks that she can brute force her way through this case. She can bully her way through. Now, Jason, where are you getting that from? Look at ADA Love. That's her disciple. That is an image of her. And look at how ADA Love treats it.
Right.
Like, I mean, ADA Love is extremely bombastic. People say she giving masculine energy. I don't like that term, but I know what they're saying. She acts like a guy.
There you go. If you gonna tell it all.
I was like, it's not a good look. It's not a good look. So coming back around the block, I'm like, I'm not getting that you would as a female would say, you know what, let me handle this differently. And everything I've seen has been like what I would expect myself to do. You brute forcing it. And did you see how love? Oh, that's a comedy sketch for us, Coco. I think watching 88 Love is next to Woody is some of the best comedy in the courtroom because she doesn't have chill. She's scribbling a note and she's looking to the person next to her, or she's passing notes or throwing stuff around. It's forever comedy. It's forever. And that poor little guy between her and Hilton, that dude right there, I'm surprised he even came back. I'm surprised he didn't say, look, I'm
Which
done.
one?
There's Love, and there's Hilton, and there's a white guy.
Oh, in the middle. Okay,
Yeah,
I
in the
got
middle.
you.
I'm like, look, y'all got to go sit together. I'm going to go sit on the end. Like,
Right.
I'm going to sit in that back table back there. I don't know what he does, but I know he hates his job.
Oh yeah, he's more silent by the day. And he's squeezed in the middle of two one strong women.
Strong.
They went to wore him out.
So give me your overall perception of, now I'm going to interview you.
Go ahead.
So give me your overall perception of Judge Whitaker's courtroom management. Because
I like her. I mean, it's not unusual to have, I mean, we Glanville did so much that her following basic decorum seems strange. Like starting on time. We got a round of applause today.
Dude, she started early today. I'm over here. She was actually early. I was like, she a Whitaker. Because I believe in being early. And I was like, oh, she was like 3 minutes early.
Yeah, she was early.
Man. Yeah, I mean, that camera came on and it was on. Like, it wasn't like the camera's on and just kind of chilling. And eventually, no, she meant business. I agree with you. So in the courtroom, what is that called? Is that just called courtroom management? What is that called? Because is there a term for that?
Not necessarily. It's just really just courtroom decorum. I mean, you're behaving the way you're supposed to behave, right. Being timely because everyone is on a schedule. You have witnesses that's coming in and out. You want to make sure they can get in and out. Respect the jury's time. Not eating in front of the jury. I mean, that could be kind of rude when you're sitting there just, snagging like you in church and the pastor's preaching and you sitting there like you said, a movie with popcorn.
Somebody told me that apparently Young Thug be snacking in there. I guess I didn't see that. I didn't see it, but
oh yeah, several times every once in a while he will eat, but I don't know if he has like a medical condition or he has to eat with medication. I'm not sure.
Right.
But I have seen him snack throughout the trial.
They were making it sound like there was like straight like Uber Eats coming in and door dashing and stuff.
Right.
Like
I mean, back in the day, you could throw a peppermint in your mouth. Nobody know. Call Rob.
So okay, yeah, because I feel that she's definitely more timely. Because she said, "Look, we started at 8:30. We done at 6." I'm like, wait, hold on. What does that mean? That's a whole day. So that's going to be pretty wild. Let me ask you this question because I asked somebody on my channel too. If Judge Whitaker had been at the helm from the start, how long do you think this trial would have lasted?
Oh, I think we would have been wrapped up. This case would have been wrapped up and tied in a bow.
Okay.
She's already asking the prosecutors, even today, how many witnesses you have left.
Correct.
And tell me exactly what that witness will be testifying to. Because if you have the same witness, multiple witnesses,
8 times, right?
8 times testifying to the same thing 8 different times, then the courts can and should exclude those extra witnesses. So she's telling DA Love, and I knew she was talking to the state. She wasn't even looking at the state, but she was talking to the state.
Right.
I mean, because obviously it's still the state presenting witnesses, not the defense. And the defense is not even entitled, or not entitled, but required to present witnesses if they don't want to. Yes. So she's talking to the state. She's telling them, if you have a certain amount of witnesses and they're all testifying to the same thing, you better put the main ones who you want best first.
Yep.
Because if not, you start getting a 2, 3. I'm gonna start crossing them out. So I think she gave her fair notice, and DA Love did not. It shows on her face. Yeah, she did not love that.
Again, like she's comedy to me. I'm sorry, she's comical to me because she just doesn't. She wears it all. All her emotions are worn out in public. So there's not a lot of And again, maybe it's because we see her from the side, and maybe because, Hilton, we see the back of her head, and we don't see really a lot of the defense like that. If we can see the whole room, maybe everybody's behaving like that. But she just puts it out there so much, man. I'm like, goodness gracious. She's comedy.
Yeah, I like her though. I mean, she hasn't done anything that I haven't seen before or I wouldn't expect from a judge. I mean, she's basically laying down on, the law.
The law.
Yeah. So, and she's basically saying we're going to run a courtroom the way we're supposed to be running it. And the way Glanville, he did what he did. She almost wanted to say, "Don't bring up Glanville's name no more. You're not there no more. I know how he was doing it, but now you're here. Let's talk about what we can do going forward, not fix all his mess that he created."
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to the Monday after next, because I think we're all used to a semi-dysfunctional court. Like, like I don't think she's going to be doing comfort breaks.
Right.
Or if she does, it's going to be 10 minutes, and you better be back in there in 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
Right. She's going to be prompt. And I believe it's at Tuesday, the 30th.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when we come back. So she said 8:45 sharp. And for us, we get an extra hour, so that'll be.
Yeah.
Are we before y'all? Are we ahead? Oh, so that's 7:45.
Yeah, 7 your time. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh,
don't be held in contempt because you came to court late, man. Don't be coming late, man.
So we are an hour behind y'all. I just came from the East Coast, so I'm all mixed up. Wow. So she want me to sit up in this chair at 7 o'clock in the morning
with a tie on, and you better have
until 6 or 6 y'all time, 5 my time.
Yeah.
Oh, she said 6 your time.
6 my time, 5 your time.
So it'll be 5 my time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I might be calling. Look, I'll do the morning shift.
Right.
And then we'll transfer everybody. When they go to lunch, you're like, hey, we're gonna come back, we're gonna start back up with talk that long, and you can do the night shift.
We're gonna have to figure out some way to tag team this thing, because that's a lot.
Because they're actually gonna get work done.
Oh yeah, right. We actually gotta work.
Like, wait, there's actually work going on here?
Right, we're actually working. I thought we just come to court and look good and walk out.
And crack jokes, because that's all I've been doing.
Right.
No, that's fun, man. But yeah, I think it's gonna be good. Now, also, I don't know if you mentioned it, but we still got those motions for mistrial and the such like that. And that can't happen until Young Thug and everybody's in the courtroom. And that'll be on that Tuesday, the 30th.
30th.
So do you think Brian Steele's gonna let it ride, or do you think he's gonna?
Oh no. Well, I don't even think that was Brian Steele had one, but also the newest one came from Carrington Matthews.
Okay.
He did a bond motion.
Oh, they're gonna get bond. They're gonna get bond for sure.
And in that motion, he also did bond / motion for mistrial.
Oh,
so he kind of included on both. Matter of fact, I think I still had it pulled up. Let me see if I can share it. Is this the one? Yeah, so here, McQuavius Huey and files his motion for a mistrial and or renewed motion for a bond.
Okay.
So he's basically telling the judge, I don't really think they want the mistrial, but that's a good leverage for a bond. Like, hey, judge, if you don't give me the mistrial, the least you can do is give me the bond.
Can I ask you, I realize that they don't want mistrial because they could end up going back if they don't attach jeopardy.
Correct.
But isn't jeopardy already attached to it?
Well, that's if the prosecutors withdraw. So let's say the prosecutors decide to withdraw right now, then they can no longer bring the case because jeopardy has attached. Now, if a judge declared a mistrial based on, let's say, procedure issue, or a previous judge did something that they weren't supposed to do, or we lost a lot of members of the jury, a large portion of the jury, then it can be retried again. So jeopardy won't attach just because it's a mistrial. if it's declared by a judge. So we don't even know if we have a jury. We still got to get them back.
I'm literally about to ask you, what is the likelihood in your mind that, let's say 16, so there's 12 jurors and 4 alternates, 16 in total, that none of them have been exposed to this at all over the last month? Because it's been a month. Actually, a month and a week. I don't know why people are trying to undersell it. What are you talking about 3 weeks, man? It's been a month and a week, my guys.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood?
The likelihood is high. It's great. They may be watching right now.
Right. I mean, as I like to say, I'm pretty certain Coco, she's juror number 5. I'm pretty sure that's her.
Coco in the chat.
Coco, right there, that's juror number 5.
Coco.
Look like juror number 5. Look at Anthony right there. That juror 3 right there. I know it. I know him. I know him. They don't think I realize it. I know what's going on. Am I supposed to believe that these people would not at all? She got to poll the jury. Politician with Mel. Politicking, I apologize, with Mel. So they're going to poll them. I'm like, once you poll them, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get kicked off. I'm trying to get kicked off because I'm like, look, I'm making $25 a day. I'm mad. I don't even know what I'm doing here. You know what? Yes, me and Woody be hanging out. We be racing ATVs down Metropolitan Parkway. What do you need me to say to get kicked off this?
Right.
They're going to be like checking my phone. Like I did a Google search, how to get kicked off a jury.
If they were smart, that'd be the best thing they can do. Just go and get off and be done with it.
They done went back to work to some semblance of life as normal. And then all of a sudden, you get a knock on the door. You get an email talking about, see you on July 30th. You're like, I forgot about I was on the jury.
Right. And that's insane. And I'm wondering, because she said that they were already granted the next 2 weeks off.
Right. I didn't understand why was that. Right.
Right. I don't know who gave them that time off. So she's thinking about bringing them back Monday, the 5th of August.
Correct.
Unless they go over with the motions, then it may be the week after the 5th of August. I'm like, at this point.
Nurse Chels, that's juror number 9 right there. She be hanging out at Peachtree on Peachtree Street, so just give it up.
Somebody said a juror moved to another county. Yeah.
Yeah, like what happens in that regard? This thing has been going on so long. People have moved. Like
now that's strange. A juror moved to another county. See, normally a trial may last a week or two at the most, and if you're in court all day long, you don't have time to move to another county because you're in court.
For sure.
So that never has come up as far as I'm aware of any trials I participated in or watched. So that will be interesting. I don't even know if they can still preside.
Yeah, don't come to Cobb. Don't move from Fulton to Cobb. They got extradition rights over here in Cobb.
Oh, in Cobb. So you're
I live in Cobb. I said they got extradition rights. But yeah, I didn't hear. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
Yeah, her time management is on point for sure.
Yeah, she know what she's doing. I mean, she's been a judge, I believe, since 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been on the bench a while. And just because you've been on the bench for years, like Glanville, don't mean you better. People always get that confused. They think, oh, he's been a lawyer 25, 30 years. And was terrible all 30 of them.
Right. And Chief Judge, I was under the impression that Chief Judge meant like you had arrived at some level of mastery, if you will. Apparently, it's just a rotating designation.
Right.
It's just a rotating. So like you could be chief podcaster. Next year, I'm gonna be chief podcaster. Changes.
Right.
Count on being busted. There we go.
Cobb gonna get you.
They're gonna get you out here in Cobb.
They gonna get you.
They're gonna get you, man.
Yeah.
If you do it wrong, they're gonna get you.
Yeah. See, 10 minutes gonna mean 10.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna go on a limb because her last name is Whitaker. You might shoot for 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Because I'm telling you, she seemed like she was about that, which I think is very telling, and I think it's gonna move the trial along lightning fast. Because think about it, 8 to 6, 5 days a week, they're gonna get a lot of stuff done. I don't think they've ever had that much.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
I don't think they got that much done in 2 weeks before with Glanville. And look, to be respectful, Glanville did have some responsibilities. There's like a day, I think it was like Wednesdays. They didn't even have jury. I'm sorry. They didn't even have court on those days because he had other responsibilities. So, but, you know, the 3-hour comfort breaks were a little bit much.
Right. And he didn't move like he had other stuff to do. He'll take his time, take long comfort breaks, long lunches, and then he'll come out and say, okay, court's over. And we're like, what? We just got situated.
We just got situated. I don't think that's gonna happen.
If somebody say you gotta come hang with us in November there too. Okay, I must have missed something. I have to go back and read.
You got to come hang out with us in November there too.
There too. I don't know where there is. I'll scroll back up and.
Maybe they're doing a meetup here or something. If they are, I mean, that'd be cool. Let me know.
Y'all in
I don't.
Oh, most of y'all in Atlanta. If y'all could drop where y'all from, so we can see where most of the people are from.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. I can see the comments.
Oh, you don't have a turn? Oh,
I didn't even. I forgot. I can see the comments. Like, wait.
Because I know you use like a little different system than this.
Yeah, I use a different system, and let me tell you.
Yeah, because I remember when I
start drinking.
When I went on your channel, I was like, okay, I clicked what now? But it worked out. Let's see. We probably would do 30 minutes lunch. I'm from Clay County.
Oh yeah, come on.
Stone Mountain. Okay.
Come on.
Detroit. New York City. Oh, we got another ATL in the house.
ATL in. There we go. Beautiful in the dark. Mookie's here in Atlanta. Okay. Somebody said my sister Whitaker's probably gonna do a 30-minute lunch. Hey, if she see the finish line, she might be. Oh, she's in Savannah. Okay.
Where's Nola in? That's Nola sounds. What is that? New Orleans, Louisiana?
That's New Orleans, Louisiana.
Shout out to Houston.
What's going on?
Right down that road.
Montgomery, got a whole bunch of ATLs in here. What you got? What you doing? Why you hogging all the Georgians, bro? What's going on with you? Hey, y'all, what's going on? Where is the unity? Where is the fidelity?
Chicago.
You hogging.
Washington, D.C.
I'll let you have all the Northerners. Give me my Southerners. What's going on with you? Stealing my people. No, that's what's up.
And while most of them are here, if you want to go ahead and let everyone know where they can find you.
Oh, yeah. That's good. Thank you, man. So, everybody, my name is Jason, and I host Dear Woke Christian podcast here on YouTube as well as other social media. I do social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. And I like to look at these court cases because they're really interesting. I am a former classroom teacher by trade. I retired a few years ago, and I just find these really interesting. So I go over these court cases, whether it be the election case or the YSL trial, whatnot. We were looking at the Alec Baldwin a few weeks ago as well. And I just like to pull out things and we just read through cases, watch trials, that kind of good stuff like that, and then give commentary. I did this past week, I did commentary over the RNC and went over the Republican National Convention. Very interesting convention. So in a few weeks, I think it's actually in a month, we'll be doing the exact same thing, hosting a watch party, watching the DNC and see the compare and contrast. So that's what I do over here. And if you want to check out, dearwokec@gmail.com is my email, as well as Dear Woke Christian is my channel. Love to check you out. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, thanks for sharing the information. I don't know if I was muted or not.
Oh no, thank you.
Okay, let me make sure I'm subscribed. Okay. Let me see who else.
Oh, this is a good question for you though, from D. Reese. What happens? Definitely pray for you, Anthony. D. Reese says, "What happens with Woody?"
Well, right now it seems as if the defense. I heard him mention today that they want to go back all the way even before his testimony.
Rewind
back even before Woody even took the stand to strike his testimony. Not only strike his testimony, I heard one of the lawyers say, I think it was Brian Steele, we need to get all their notebooks and scrub their notebooks and scratch out anything they got to do with Woody. Delete it out your minds. Unring that bell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right when this all got started, and I wish I remembered where it was. Some legal mind was talking about the rewind the clock theory. And because somebody asked, well, what happens with Glanville? He said, well, if they get rid of Glanville, they could, talk that law in, and they'll just rewind everything back to before whatever it was that Glanville did to get recused. And that was the ex parte meeting. If they rewind then to that would be that Monday. And all they would have was that day before, which was, there's 2 days before, the Friday and Thursday where Woody was on the stand wilding out. So, it wouldn't be bad, in my opinion, because Judge Whitaker makes it sound like she don't know much about it. She came across like she didn't know much what was going on. So if they did rewind it, I think it would be good. But we also know that the state was building their entire case on Woody.
Right.
So if they remove Woody from the equation, the state really doesn't have anything else.
And I believe that's what the defense attorneys are essentially saying, that we will exclude Woody altogether, even though we, as defense attorneys, should have a right to cross-examine Woody. We got to remember the state cross-examined him for a couple of days, and the defense hasn't got a chance to ask him not one question. But what they're saying is, we're in a comfortable enough position that we don't even need to question Woody. He didn't hurt us. So just strike all his testimony, keep him from coming back, and the state case will crumble because they needed Woody to put all the pieces together.
Yeah. And to me, I think they spent entirely too much steam trying to connect everything to Woody, and Woody let them down. Like somebody pointed out, like Woody's the reason they're there, as well as the reason they get kicked out. Like Woody's the revolving door, literally.
Right. She said they don't need Woody, just pull up his interviews. The only issue is he's already said, I was lying. Yeah. I was saying anything I could say and had to say to get out of custody. I just want to get out of jail. I was telling them people all type of lies. That's what Woody, that's what he said.
Yeah.
So his interviews won't even hold weight at this point, in my opinion.
No, I agree 100%. And again, yeah. So what would you do? Okay, here we go. Talk that. You are ADA. Talk that. Prosecutor. What would you do? What would be your next plan of attack?
As far as if I was Bonnie or Love or Hilton.
Let's go. Okay, you're Love because you're in there all the time. There you go. Okay. What would you do?
She has a boss, and I'm sure Bonnie probably like, hey, we're going to keep on pushing through. So she don't have a choice but to follow her sword. Okay. This is a dead case to me. So she got to keep on. She got to proceed as if nothing ever happened. Wow. And just keep on calling your witnesses. But now it's going to get harder for her because the judge is saying that we're not going to play this game. Bring in only your most important people. And that's it. You don't got to bring in 100 people to say the same stuff. Because from what I've already seen, if the judge watched some of the other videos, you brought in all these people and you still haven't proved anything.
And that's the part. You do realize that the prosecution said they would have been done in August. And I was like, wait. You have been done with what? Because if your attempt is to prove that you almost got me doubting that anybody even got killed at this point. So wait, you're going to prove that somebody who's guilty of killing this person was named Nut?
Right.
And you were going to be able to do that by August and rest your case. Ma'am, I'm sorry. That's not going to happen.
And the evidence
was not there.
Yeah, it's not there. And from what we understand, that when you introduce things to certain people, they remember what you tell them in the beginning and they remember what you tell them in the end. So if they're trying to squeeze in a murder in the middle, they should have started off. The murder, the thing start off hot. Bring in the murder, the very first witnesses.
Very first thing. Good
Very
point.
first thing, and then you can already implant it in the jury's mind. Okay, look, these people, they killer, they did this. So anything y'all see after this point, I'm already have a made up mind. If I'm a juror, like, look at that autopsy photo. Look what they did to that man. So I would have started them off with, started them off hot, and then they can forget about Woody and Tick and what some of the other witnesses, Bean.
Yep.
Yeah, and then I remind them at the end of closing arguments about the murder, but I don't really think they have anything to tie them to the murder. That's why they're trying to bury it in the middle.
No, I think that's a good catch. Good catch, man.
Yeah. So I mean, this somebody said they should quit and save face. The only thing, if they quit, if Love was to quit now, she'll go away, like kind of forever in the background.
But she is though. That's a bad thing.
Right.
She's going to go down and does anybody know? Watch this. Let me ask a question. Does anybody know who Johnny Cochran beat in the O.J. Simpson trial? Nope. Nobody knows him.
Wow.
Nobody knows. So even if she win, she's got to win in order to be remembered.
Right.
So if it's a mistrial, nobody going to remember you. And when you lose, nobody can remember you. Why is somebody remembering me your code for justice? That makes no sense. That should not be, according to what I've heard, it shouldn't be your litmus test. I want people to remember me. That's why I can get this W.
Yeah. I agree. And that's probably another reason that Love wants to keep going. I think that in her mind, she aspires for a higher office one day. She already ran for DA and lost.
I say that that's why this is going on. She sees, Fonnie believes that she's going to get a judgeship when if Biden were to win. And so she's like, oh, then I can be ADA, I can be DA. Instead of ADA, I can be DA. Okay, let me ride this thing all the way to the end because Fonnie gonna win. Well, now, not only is Joe about to fumble the bag at 1600 Pennsylvania, Fonnie is fumbling the bag in Fulton County DA office, and Love is fumbling the bag in the courtroom. So it's getting bad and bad all around. I think there's just a level of frustration because they really thought this was going to go a different direction.
Do you think that a judgeship is what she aspires? It just seems to me she like being out in the public eye. She like making media appearances, press conferences, and as a judge, they really go into a back room and you really never hear from them again. Especially a federal judge, because they can't have cameras in the courts.
So I live here in Atlanta, and just think about it. And I don't know where the federal judgeships are. So let me just make up a district, okay? Let's say that the federal judgeship is up here in Athens, Georgia, which is where the University of Georgia is. There's a big, one of the premier law schools is right there in Georgia. Let's say that that's where the federal place is. There's a vacancy there. Fonnie could go right there. It's 90 minutes from Fulton County. She could be up there every day and back there every weekend. She could be up there doing her thing and jet setting around Fulton County, telling people how great and wonderful she is, making sure her brand gets some good publicity, all that kind of stuff like that. In my mind, it's a cake job. But I understand what you're saying, but I think she wants to get to a place where she doesn't need to be out politicking and glad handing and shaking babies and kissing hands every 4 years. Now you get a federal judgeship or something of that nature. It may be another role too. I could be I'm just using
Right.
federal judgeship. Maybe, I don't know, federal prosecutors, do they get elected? Is that a lifetime position for them?
No, they'll get appointed by the president. So the president appoints the what they call them.
Federal prosecutors? No.
Yeah, they federal prosecutors, but they go by a name.
I got you.
I can't even call it right now. But
So
they under the attorney general. Let me see what they call.
I'm just noodling and I'm just thinking out some ideas like what would be a role that it wouldn't matter who was in the White House. Once I get this role, nobody can kick me out. Only Jesus can kick me out of this role because I died. And I'm thinking like maybe a federal judgeship, but I could be wrong.
So they call United States attorneys, and I believe there are like 93 of them.
Okay.
In each jurisdiction, and they all under the direction of the attorney general. And so I mean, she could be but the thing is that can change when the president changes. They bring in their own AG, then they bring in the whole different team. And we got to remember, even if she wants to become a federal judge, she still has to pass the Senate. And I don't know if she'll get confirmation, get enough votes based on her behavior.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah, they might say.
I was making it up. I was just trying to figure out.
Right.
I was just trying to figure out, like, why would you behave like this? Maybe you think, because to me, this thing is a cut bait and count your losses and do the right thing for the people of Fulton County. That's what I'm seeing. But I'm like, well, why is she behaving like that? Oh, maybe she thinks if she prosecutes this to the end, she'll get some kind of new position. I don't know. But I mean, you're probably right.
Right.
So I agree. But I just
and
think it's interesting.
Wealthy wisdom, yeah. I mean, most presidents do select appointments for the Supreme Court, but they still have to be confirmed by the Senate. But we know that's out. They would not bring her name up for that position. Fair. Yeah. No,
so I was thinking if there was anything lower than that you could be appointed to, and it's kind of like a lifetime position that you don't have to get reelected for it. You don't have to go out here politicking for it. You're just out here hobnobbing it in Washington, D.C. or hobnobbing it and whatever like that and doing your job.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what other jobs that requires lifetime appointments besides federal judges. But yeah, you're right. She aspired to be something because she had 2 deep ties with the White House.
Right. Like you're moving like you it's kind of like your mom or dad gonna come pick you up early from school and there's a math test at 2:00, but your dad or mom gonna come pick you up at lunchtime. You moving differently. All the rest of your classmates stressing like, oh man, it's test at 2:00. I ain't worried about it. I got a doctor's appointment.
Right.
So she's moving like she ain't gonna be there, but go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. What's that? What was the mayor of? Somebody said maybe she wants to be a mayor. What was the former mayor of Atlanta? I can't think of her name. Is it
Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Did she go to the White House to get a position?
Yep.
So I said maybe finally thinking of trying to make that track, get into the White House and get in the scene that way. Maybe be a senator.
Lance Bottoms is not in a elected position. I don't know. She's she runs campaign. I think she's running Biden's campaign.
Oh well.
She
might be looking for a job soon.
Boy, you better stop. You better stop.
She might be looking. You better
quit.
Come on back home.
Come on back. I don't think she's Georgian. I think she's from Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think she's Southern. I don't think she's Georgian.
Yeah, because they trying to force him. They trying to force him out.
Oh, don't even get me started.
Yeah,
don't even get me started on that.
She won't make it in D.C. Yeah,
I don't think so. I'm not arguing with you at all.
Oh, that says she left the White House. Oh, well, where's she at?
Okay.
She must have seen it writing on the wall.
Let me tell you.
Oh, you do say former senior advisor. Let's show what it say.
But yeah, she's a former mayor here. I forgot how long she was a mayor here.
From 2018 to 2022.
All right, so.
But yeah.
Okay, so just a quick search says she serves as a member of the President's Export Council. I don't know what that is. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, maybe she's trying to do that. Maybe she's trying to be like Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams stay involved in stuff, but she's not. I don't know what her actual position and role is.
Oh, okay, yeah, I do see the Export Council. They're just giving us something to do.
Right.
Yeah, like what?
What is the Export Council? What is
Yeah,
that?
you went from running the city to you know, everybody want to try something different. They don't want to stay the same.
And let me take that back. She is a Georgia Peach. She was born here in Atlanta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
But
let me see.
yeah, that's gonna be interesting. All right. Did you watch the RNC at all?
No, I didn't. I did not. I seen a little bit of Trump speech, and because they was going around, I guess they said that the man, you know, they found anything to point out. They said the firefighter's name was misspelled on his uniform that Trump was hugging and kissed on. I said, man, y'all know what?
Yeah.
I said, y'all will point out. At least he put the man, you know, helmet on the stage. Yeah, he said his name. You know, that's a lot. That's a lot.
That was a lot compared to what they said about your guy.
But I think they raised some money. They raised a lot of money for him and the other families. They said somebody wrote a check for $1 million off the top.
Off the top, they said they raised $6 million for those families.
Woo!
So it's pretty interesting. I don't want to turn into a political conversation because there is a good question from Law Malcolm.
Yeah,
Law Malcolm. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But just ask, is Thug gonna be out by Christmas? What you think?
With this judge, it's possible. Matter of fact, he could be out for good, maybe out on bond this month.
Definitely out for bond. Yeah, he's
out
gonna be
for
out.
Bond.
Yeah, no question.
But Christmas, hey, it's possible because this judge, if she's going to work from 8 to 6 and she's going to limit the witnesses for cumulative testimony, you know, unnecessary, repetitive testimony, I think he could be a free man by Christmas. That's very well true.
Yeah, because keep in mind, man, they didn't say exactly how many, but let's just say for laughs and giggles, there was 100 more witnesses left. I think it was more than that. But let's just say it's 100 just for easy math. And she's like, look, y'all better get down to your 3 best and shut up.
And because it don't take all of that.
Right. It don't take all that. It's going to get down to 30.
All right.
And then she's going to pare it down to 30. Then we in a 40-hour work week, Thug might be home for Thanksgiving.
Right. And that's why she want it to be specific. She said, besides each witness name, list what count of the indictment they're testifying and what they're going to say. So if they go through each person, I don't know how Love is going to be able to do it unless she's going to craft it to say this person is testifying to count number 5 about the first part of count number 5. Right. This person is the second part of count number 5. But the judge, she was a prosecutor, so she's going to be smart. And I think she's going to know. She's going to be like, no.
Coco's asking a question. I feel like I might have, or I don't know if it was Mookie. I was asking about people being caught up in the system. You see it right there? And there might be it looks like they have a family reunion. It looks like a lot of conversation going on before that. But Coco's comment right there.
Let me go find Coco. Mookie, the one that say DW. Okay. Oh, she's talking to you. Okay.
Yeah. So I think right here, look, I'm not an advocate for judicial reform or anything of that nature. I just see something that's pretty bad as it relates to this Young Thug case. And, you know, looking at Fonnie and such like that, I realize there's a lot of things that are jacked up in our system. So I think to answer Mookie's question, what else can we do besides emails and PDFs to make change, is I think looking for opportunities to educate people about the system. For example, here in Atlanta, there's the infamous Fulton County Jail. In said Fulton County Jail, there's about 300 people. And let's just be honest, they're probably black men. They're definitely black people. There's about 300 men in that jail that haven't been indicted. They're just being held there. So as you look at like Young Thug right there, they're being denied bond. So maybe something like that, where we're making it like, look, I don't know if these people are guilty. I don't know if they're just the worst things, the scourge of the earth. I don't know that. What I do know, however, is keeping somebody in the Fulton County Jail. And by the way, it's not a good place, okay? So keeping people in the Fulton County Jail that have not been charged for 2, 3, 5 years, 60 months. Some of these people have been in that jail. That's cruel and unusual. So I think seeking to find opportunities to educate the populace about those things and give opportunities for their families and their supporters and activists to convey their messages, that I think that would be the best way to help in that regard, if you don't want to become a full-on activist and whatnot. But just point those things out, because I would hate for people to literally have forgotten about me so long. I mean, that's craziness. I have a 17-year-old. When I went into jail, she was 12, and I get out, and she's a driver? What in the world? Like, that's great. I'm sorry, I ain't even got out yet. Only 5 years. So those kind of things right there, Coco, would be something I would say that can point out, and then also call it out. Like, I think I say with no shame, unapologetically, I think the Young Thug case is an abuse of black men. I'm sorry. I just think like it's a horrible look, and most people probably would not care about them. And I feel like that's what they're doing. They're utilizing them as an opportunity to step up in their careers, to step up somewhere else in their career journeys or their power struggle, and they're just leaving these guys out to wash. All right. My name is Jason Deerwoke@gmail.com.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you so much. I know you got it. You do this.
That was a great question, though.
You do this on a daily, so I know.
Mikey said, "Do you think the new judge will grant bond for Jeffrey Williams?" Unequivocally. I'm going to go on a limb and say before the end of August, they're going to all be on bond, because it's just at this point, and this is just and please feel free to correct me. Talk that if I'm out of pocket. But at this point, there are so many missteps. There's so many problems with this. At one point, they were actually talking on the Atlanta news about how this trial was going to last for 3 more years. That was just this spring. Just this spring, they were talking about on the news. It was common argument. Oh yeah, this thing gonna go on for about 36 more months. It took them a year to find 12 jurors at some point. And this is really because of the prosecution. So at some point, it's going to have to, a cooler head is going to have to prevail. Common sense is going to enter the room. Adults are going to start talking and say, you know what? This is insane. This is insane. And I think we have an adult on the stand now. I do think that calmer heads are going to prevail. I do think it's funny that she's in Glanville's courtroom, which is comedy. But so I do think that I feel comfortable in saying by the end of August, they're going to be out.
Wait a minute. You said that's Glanville's courtroom?
Yeah, that's Glanville's courtroom.
You know what? They play all day.
All day, man. Like,
I didn't know that.
And you know what? I don't know why she did it, but Judge Whitaker moved the computer monitor. She moved it to her right, and the camera can't see her face.
She's blocking her face.
Right. I don't know why. Maybe she don't want to be seen.
I mean, that's fine. Right. She
but that's the only reason. But see, that's where Glanville had his when the trial initially started. That's where he had it. And then he moved it to his left. But if she finally moves over to the left, you'll be like, this is Glanville's courtroom.
Yeah. I did not know. I was like, okay, because some courtrooms look similar. You go
sure,
in
yeah.
one, especially in the bigger cities, they just floors of courtrooms. Go in one, go in the other, just a different judge, different style.
Yeah.
But I literally thought we were in that woman's courtroom. This is
Nope.
beyond me. That
It's the same one.
Oh, somebody said it's not as no, they look exactly like his courtroom. Like they just switched out the people.
No, it is. No, it
Memphis,
is.
Memphis. He said, yeah, that's his courtroom.
No, it is. It really is.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not. No, that is the courtroom that they were in just 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that's Glanville's courtroom. No, and if I'm not mistaken, because I read it in a document, so it's not just Jason saying it as just being funny, but no, it really is Glanville's courtroom. But
he's going to say it does the complete same.
That's it. Ask Sylvia. Sylvia was there today, so we can ask Sylvia because Sylvia's been there for all 101 days. So if you talk to infamous Sylvia, just ask her, and she'll tell you. I'm trying to find the document too, though.
Oh, you go okay. In the meantime, let's see what Miss the paralegal Barbie has to say. Thank you for joining us.
Hey.
Hi, y'all.
What's happening?
It's crazy in Georgia right now. I was looking at the comments. Too? Yes, I am.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
So I was looking at the comments, and the discussion is very needed. What's happening right now, but I don't want us to get hung up on Fonnie because I think the personal case that was taken out on Fonnie has distracted us from the fact that this has been Georgia for a very long time, and this state is majorly ran Republican. Okay. And majority of our elected officials are Republicans. The governor, Republican. Our majority of our senators, Republican. So a lot of the issues with our jail system, with our voting systems, those things are ran by Republicans. So I don't want us to try to make this a Fonnie Willis issue because this has been happening forever in Georgia.
I'm gonna push
and
back.
We do not vote in these. We do not vote in these local elections. For example, someone said something about voting in the comments. Well, I vote every year, every election, and I was purged.
Okay.
I was purged under Kemp. And luckily I check it so frequently, I was able to see that I had been purged. And when Stacey Abrams started mailing it out to people, telling them, hey, you need to check to see if you got purged, it alerted me. And that's when I noticed, and I was able to get back registered to vote for the next election. But there's a lot of things that's happening in the background, or whatever the case is, that are ran by Republicans. And this system has been ran by Republicans for a long time. So we can't just pin it all on Fonnie. A lot of these cases that's being taken up, now, sure, by Fonnie, but the issues in our system, they go long before Thug and his case. And that's before her.
I got you. I'm only going to push back because Fulton County has been predominantly run by Democrats. And I'm only going to use that as an example to make my point. Most of Atlanta is in Fulton. A lot of the area, Fulton County is monstrous. You know how big it is, 72 miles top to bottom. And a lot of those things that we're talking about, Decatur, DeKalb County, all those kind of fun things, that's run by a lot of us. And so it would be easy to say, well, yeah, like I live in Cobb County, and we could say, yeah, there's a lot of Republicans and people less melanin up here. Absolutely. But we got the same kind of problems that y'all got down in Atlanta, down in 5 Points. We got the same problems here in the Marietta Squares. They got down in Little 5 Points. The problem is, I think, in my opinion, it's very easy and very quick. And I definitely don't want to just turn it into a large-scale debate. We are not willing to admit some of the things that we contribute to the problem. And it's a lot easier to make a boogie monster and say that it's, somebody with the R after their name or somebody with a bad haircut with a bad spray tan. It's their fault. But no, there's some stuff that we are doing. And I'm always just completely amazed that we continue to say things like, this is the black culture, because we're highly melanated here. So let's go ahead and just do this. So black culture is so fragile that literally a man being elected at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue completely uproot all of our society, our culture. But EBT can keep giving out awards every day, every year. Y'all okay with what's going on with EBT? You okay with the other foolishness in our culture? But the only thing that you point at and focus on is Trump or Biden. And I feel like we're not taking responsibility for us enough. Now watch this. The purging of the roll. I've been purged off the roll as well. And I understood that by purging the roll, they got rid of a lot of dead voters. They got rid of a lot of people that were not supposed to be on the roll. They did also inadvertently got Jason back on the roll. I didn't think that there was anything.
I don't think the purge wasn't for that. The purge was, you have to think, majority of Georgia's population lies in the metro Atlanta area.
For sure.
And majority of us are Democratic and majority of us are African Americans, and we tend to vote Democratic. So if you purge only in those areas and you minimize the amount of African American vote, that is altering the color of Georgia, because Georgia has never been blue in a lot of these areas. You prevent blue from taking over, and that was the purpose of that. Why did that happen? Why wasn't that happening in places that are majority white? It wasn't. It was happening in Fulton County. It was happening in places where there are majority black voters and minority voters, to eliminate them from being able to vote. And even a lot of the laws that came out after that, or you can't give water to people standing in line. They shut down a lot of the polls in the African American areas. Georgia is one of the few states that you don't get paid time off to go vote in an election. So if you're doing those things on purpose to eliminate the vote in the African American area, it's not to purge dead voters, it's to purge black voters.
I'm going to have to, I fully disagree with you. In 2023, 2024, if you want me to believe that a whole grown person can go vote, but she cannot carry a bottle of water with them, I'm sorry. I have zero patience for that. You can carry yourself a bottle of water. I don't need you to bring me a bottle of water. That doesn't even, I've never been able to even comprehend that. And if I'm sorry.
I can comprehend it, because if you eliminate all of it, I will tell you why. If we're in the white areas, there are several polling stations that they can go to, but you put in an area that is highly populated and eliminate all of, I know in the area that I lived in, it went from 6 polls to 1 for all of those people. And with Atlanta traffic, the chances of you getting there before work, not happening. The chances of you getting there on a lunch break, not happening. So then everyone comes or attempts to come after work. I've literally stood in line for 5 hours to vote before here in this area. And I was determined to exercise my right. But if you're I think about senior citizens, I think about people with health issues, that standing in a line for 5 hours is ridiculous. So no, it was done purposely. And me, yes, I'm younger, I'm healthier. So standing at 5 hours is annoying to me, but it isn't something that would send me to the hospital. But there are people who standing in line for 5 hours, 7 hours, 9 hours here in Georgia is ridiculous. Why did you close the polls in the areas where they are predominantly African American? Not because you got rid of dead voters. You were trying to eliminate the access to voting here in Georgia for African Americans. And we are trying to make excuses for why that's okay. And that's ridiculous. It was done intentionally.
Okay. You're actually making an excuse. And with all due respect, mad love, but you're literally telling me that you can go stand in line for 5 hours, but you cannot carry a bottle of water. All I'm saying is carry a bottle of water. And I do think it's kind of foul. My mother is a polio survivor. She's been in a wheelchair for as long as my second born has been, almost as long as she's been alive. So, and my mom has the same kind of limitations that anybody else has. And she works it out, but she would carry a bottle of water with her. All I'm saying is A law that says that me as Johnny politician can't go around passing out water bottles to people with my Johnny politician sticker on them. You can't do that. Why in the world do you not just carry a bottle of water with you? That's all I'm trying to ask. I'm not asking about poll locations. I'm not asking about the number of polls. I'm just asking, why is it that you can be so determined, but you cannot pick up and carry?
And I'm going to vote regardless. So whatever law or rule or whatever they make, I'm going to vote regardless.
And
however, I feel so there is no excuse over here because I do vote in every election, the small ones, the local ones, and the major ones, the runoffs and everything else, because I've seen races come down to 10 votes and you don't know if it was your vote that made that difference. But I do feel like, why was that law made? It was made for a reason. Whether it's an excuse or not, it's made for a reason. It was done on purpose to jail people for handing out water in line. You're doing it because that law packaged with everything else that was done towards the African American community was done to make it harder for African Americans to vote. It's a package deal.
Hey, and I'm going to mute you while he responds, just because it's a lot of feedback. And then once he's done, then you can just unmute yourself. Oh yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I get your point, and I'm not arguing or disagreeing with you. And sure, there could be some nefariousness there, and I think we can dig into that. But my point, just again, is carry a bottle of water. If you saw that was that bottle of water, Johnny politician, me with vote for talk that law T-shirt was going around passing bottles of water out, and that could potentially sway those 10 votes that you saw that a race come down to 10 votes, I think you would see that it would be problematic for that. But again, just carry a bottle of water. That's all I'm saying. Black, white, yellow, pink, carry a bottle of water if it's that important. But now maybe we could have a discussion about, hey, why are there only one polling place? There used to be 7. Maybe that needs to be happening now, off season. Maybe that needs to happen because we don't actually have up here a problem with polling places. So, I mean, that's cool. Now, if you do see that, then what needs to happen there? But again, the bottled water argument I don't think that was a good one. I do agree if you went from 6 or 7 polling places down to 1, and now y'all got these mad lines, yeah, that would be problematic. But mad lines doesn't mean that you got to start passing out bottled water.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't want to focus on the water. And I really don't get into politics with people like that because I feel like it's a very gray area with a lot of people. But I know that you were originally talking about this case, and there's even been a ruling, a motion that was filed to disqualify Love and Hilton from this case.
Yep, this morning.
So I want to talk that law because I know you're in Texas. Have you seen that where prosecutors are being disqualified? I mean, and do you feel like there's grounds for that motion?
Yeah, when they get so heavily involved, then I think it could be a grounds for it, especially when the prosecutors are interviewing the witnesses. And now, since you interviewed that witness, now I need to talk to not only the witness, Woody, but Hilton's meeting with Woody in the car. So now I have to talk to both of y'all to make sure y'all story match. And you can't be a lawyer and a witness on a case at the same time. That's why lawyers don't normally interview witnesses. We'll have investigators go out and interview witnesses. So if we need to call an investigator, then we can call that investigator and then the lawyer can stay on the case. But what the prosecutors are doing, they talking to Woody directly. I mean, Hilton even said that they went out and met with him in a car. She said
she texted him too?
Yeah, they texted. She said, isn't it true, Woody? That's what you told me. So now she's making herself a witness. So I think she could be disqualified. And we've seen that in the, I don't know if you follow the Melly case, but there was a prosecutor in Melly case that got too close and they kicked her off the case. So yeah, I think it's justified.
I think it also goes to, like, even with, like, right now, if you're talking about the jury being out all the way to August 5th, you cannot say, I live in Fulton County, every TV channel has this case on it. And at this point, especially since Glanville has been recused, every channel, as soon as you turn it on, commercials. You see the snippet of the news saying, YSL judge gets recused. I mean, everywhere you go, new judge this and new judge that, and second judge to recuse themselves from the YSL case. It's everywhere. It's all on every social media. You cannot tell me that the jury is not seeing anything. It's impossible. And then everywhere you go, like I'm in Dunkin' Donuts right now. This is my fake office, y'all. But in Dunkin' Donuts, even the Dunkin' Donuts workers be talking to me about it every day. So it's one of those situations like you cannot avoid it if you live in this area. So you cannot tell me they haven't seen Lil Woody on the 20 versus 1 that he did.
Please stop.
With the girls.
Can we look? You know
all
what?
The interviews.
Paralegal.
You ain't seen none of that.
I don't know what your legal acumen is. Can you write a motion to seek to have 20 versus 1 excommunicated from social media?
Oh my God.
Every single 20 versus 1.
They're getting out of control.
Please, if you could please write. You know what? I will bring you a bottle of water. If you
come on. Not a bottle of water.
Look, I'm bringing the big Yeti. If you could write me a motion.
I don't know. You were so against the water. I'm scared of your water.
Girl, shut up. I'm taking you. Look, we'll go to Whole Foods and we'll even get you that Fiji water. I'll buy the water for you. Tell me, I'll even have it shipped to your house. But you got to get the 20 versus 1 taken off, though. You got to get it done.
No, I definitely think, and it's a lot. I mean, like a lot of the participants, a lot of the attorneys from the case are now, going on
podcasts,
interviewing with Megan Kunis and different people. You just cannot tell me that nothing has touched the jury. And if they sit up there in that jury box and they say, "Oh no, we haven't seen anything," they're lying. They are lying.
Hey, we already know Chris is a juror. We know Chris and Coco in the chat. They're jurors. They're jurors. That's
so I just feel like at this point,
11.
and even now, granted, them being exposed to whatever might actually help the defense in this case because there's things that I know that the prosecutors would not want the defense side to see. I mean, a juror to see that would probably be more beneficial to the. So I don't know. Maybe they might want to keep this up if they didn't change it.
No, the only reason I don't want to keep it up is this: somebody's paying for that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I don't like. And I'm like, if this trial is going to go to, like, let's just say in a month, Judge Whitaker is going to throw it out. Just throw it out today. Because I can only imagine these gentlemen are paying for this and their lives are in the balance and they don't know. If you know that you're going to end up throwing it out in the middle of August, just go ahead and throw it out now so they can stop paying for it and they can start getting to some semblance of life as normal. Now, if you're not going to throw it out and you're going to ride it all the way to the end, then that is what it is. But if you know in the back of your mind, even though you are here telling the state, y'all might want to go ahead and offer some plea deals. Did y'all hear her say that?
Yeah, she said that today. She said, I'm willing to entertain any plea agreements. And the state was looking like, yeah, heck no. But at the same time, if I was the defense, would I take a plea at this point? No, my chances of winning are high. I could walk away scot-free. Why would I take a plea? And that's exactly why when the other co-defendants came up for their final chance to sign a plea agreement, they did it because they actually got to see the state's hand and see, hey, y'all really don't have a case. Like, y'all don't have a case to prove RICO, so I'm gonna ride this thing. No, it's not. The conditions in Fulton County Jail are disgusting. Like you said, probably 300 in there waiting for it to be indicted. But not only just waiting, we're in a case right now where the person was arrested over 12 months ago. They just got indicted 2 weeks ago. Like, it definitely happens in Fulton County, and then it's very disgusting. It's very dirty. We just did a bond motion for another defendant because he got stabbed and he's in there on a traffic violation. So like, because here in Georgia, traffic violations are misdemeanors. So they're handled just like any other misdemeanor or felony. So there's jail association with traffic charges as well here. So, and even the minor, there's people in jail right now in Fulton County for a stop sign violation. Registration issues and things of that nature, depending on whatever surrounded that. So I really think that it's really bad, and them being there as long as they are, and even with everything that's happening, the prosecutors don't seem to be wanting to narrow down that list. So I was very happy that Judge Whitaker said,
nice.
tell me who's next, what counts this goes towards, and what different exhibits you're trying to show. Because y'all been playing games with Glanville, but I'm not about to be here for 2 years. I'm with it.
I agree 100%. I love the way she handled it. What did you say, talk that?
No, I said she said she got stuff to do. She
got other things.
She
Look,
gonna
I'm not
devote.
gonna be sitting here with y'all.
She gonna devote her first few months. I mean, she giving them time. It's not like she cutting corners. She said from 8:45, 6 o'clock, we're gonna go strong. And she gotta talk to the jury to make sure they don't have any kids they gotta drop off at school or pick up. The school getting ready to start back. But for the most part, she's ready to work. And I like judges like that. Let's just get it over with. There's no sense in dragging this case out. I'm sure none of the lawyers in there are getting paid by the hour at this point. Whatever money they made, that's what they made. So there's no sense in dragging this until the end.
Someone they're not just misdemeanors in Georgia, but that's not the case in every single state. There are states that have different laws for how traffic citations are actually looked at, and Talk That Law can attest to that. But they're not there's even traffic DAs that typically only handle traffic cases. Correct. And if you correct whatever situation, you don't even have to go to court. Where here, majority of traffic violations, you still have to appear in court. So it does differ from state to state. It's not the same everywhere. And so no, traffic citations are not misdemeanors in every state, for the person that made that comment.
And laugh, I was meaning like if court start at 8:45 and they have their kids, they got to drop off for school in the morning, and then they still have to travel all the way to the court. So that's what I'm talking about as far as dropping them off and picking them up if they get out of school at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. Would that be feasible? And Tasha, I don't know what you meant by this. They took a shot at Steele when she said realistic witnesses. I think
he put the judge on his. He added the judge and the prosecutors to his witness list.
They sound realistic to me. They were in the back room and nobody knew what they were talking about. The only way we can find out, you ask them.
Yeah, to me, I think those are realistic witnesses. I think it's petty. I'm gonna give you petty for 200.
It's definitely petty.
Oh my gosh! I'm telling you right now. I said on my show, like, Brian Steele has been waiting for this moment. They literally softball served him up a grand slam home run because Glanville been giving him work, Love been disrespecting him, and all of a sudden y'all out here having ex parte meetings and didn't invite me, and it was off to the races. It was off. Now I don't think that Glanville. I do believe that Steele and Steele's wife, because Steele's wife is a phenomenal legal writer. I don't know who wrote it. I don't know if he had it already saved on his phone, but the motions becoming fast and furious. I won't be surprised if there's another one today. I will not be surprised.
Let me check. Right.
Don't be surprised.
Well, I know the one that came last night. She received it, but she didn't entertain any of it. And even for the jurors, like $25 a day. Am I gonna really, every time I see something about this case, turn it off and you only give me $25 a day? Absolutely not. I really feel like the compensation for this trial should have been negotiated, even to the point of whatever these people typically get paid from their real jobs, that you do that, because this is very long. And even if you've given them 3 weeks off or 4 weeks off, by the time they made it to this point, which wasn't expected, how many of them still really had their jobs? Because there aren't a lot of laws that protect you in the case of your employer having to hold your job. They still have a business to run. So $25, am I turning it off every time when I see Lil Woody doing his 20 versus 1? Saying that girl made his heart stop? Absolutely not. I'm watching it. If I see him on a podcast giving it, he said she made his heart stop. One of the girls, she made his heart stop. But if I'm literally looking at, I'm not gonna ignore this stuff. I'm gonna watch it. It's entertaining. The $25 a day, and you only know if I tell you I saw it, unless they comment and say I'm a juror and we can identify that they're actual jurors.
Well, if anybody wants to get kicked off and you're a juror and you want to come on my channel, then we can talk about it. And that'll probably that'll be enough to get you kicked off.
Get you kicked off for sure.
I hope. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Don't listen to him.
I'm telling you, if
Don't
I
do
was a
it.
juror, I'm trying to find Woody in the grocery store. I'm trying to take pictures of him at the gas station. Look, like, oh man, I saw him right there. That's crazy.
I would tell the judge that I don't feel like I could be impartial,
Oh no,
but
because
I absolutely wouldn't get caught doing anything that I've been instructed not to do. Because in Georgia, these judges are really sending them to jail. Prosecutors are going to jail.
They did tell me not to do it.
Defense attorneys are going to jail. They're going to jail.
Sir, I was listening to V103 this morning, man, and they was playing some Young Thug, and I'm sorry, Judge, that thing was banging. I don't think I'd be an impartial juror. I'm gonna go ahead and go home.
All right, you done.
Wait. No gaps between witnesses. Right. They said, y'all gonna be moving this thing.
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
And this came from Thug and Daddy for the people that just popping in. What happened today? People want to know what happened. This is what happened. This list is what she essentially laid out. The jury won't be back till August the 5th, and she won't be back until July 30th. So we got a whole lot of more time to waste. She just told them no eating, no chewing, no smacking.
No snacking.
no.
I didn't realize they were snacking like that. I did not realize that.
No extensive wardrobes. I guess she wants you wearing the same clothes.
No, okay. So if I understood it correctly, there is a closet that the deputies have to maintain where they keep their clothes in, and they also they're responsible for them. So if you got your Versace in there, the deputies are responsible to make sure that your Versace stays in there. So if something happens to it, they're responsible for it. But it also, if you notice, Young Thug be wearing has an extensive wardrobe.
Right.
So imagine that being in a closet and you got to keep up with that. And you're like, man, just have 5 pieces of clothing in here. I don't think they want them.
And then you got to rotate it out every week.
Yeah, that would make sense. Like,
but then someone also has to wash those clothes as well. But I get not wanting the deputies to have to store the extensive clothing, but give them a bond and then they can wear what they want to wear from their home. But at the same time, if you are an attorney, you're a defense attorney, you're going to you don't want your client to appear dirty in court, to have on a jail suit, or honestly, I wouldn't want my client to have a whole bunch of repetitive clothing because unfortunately people do judge the book by the cover, and these guys are fighting for their innocence. So yeah, they want to still be looked at as people. And a lot of times if they come in there and these clothes are dirty or they're repetitive or they're jail suits, then some people in that jury are not judging them based on the facts in the case. They're looking at them and saying, yeah, you're guilty. So I hope that doesn't cause any issues on that end of it.
I think you made a good point. I think it's going to be, in the words somebody said earlier, moot. It's going to be a moot point. So once you let them out on bond, you ain't got to worry about no closet. You get your closet back, Judge.
There you go. You get your own closet.
Get your own closet. It won't be nothing.
So let me ask you this. What's the purpose? Like Brian Steele came up and he did mention his original motion to get Glanville recused. What's the purpose of even bringing, to me, now that Glanville's gone, why even address that motion or even bring that up? It just seemed like that should be, it's almost done. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was actually looking at the angle as well, and I was trying to figure out, I said, okay, Glanville's gone, why did you bring it up? But I'm thinking he's trying to tie that into reversing course, essentially saying once Glanville should have recused himself when we first requested, so now we need to go back to that day. So everything from that day, including the jury's notes, testimony from Woody, needs to be scrubbed. So that's why he's bringing that up, to go back to that day that Glanville should have recused himself. But
yeah, I would look at it. I was looking at it at a standpoint, like absolutely from the point where he should have been recused. There was a lot of things that the jury saw before being sent away that could impact their actual rulings, or if they find guilty or not guilty. They looked at Woody as their star witness. Why they looked at Woody as their star witness, I have no understanding why he would be your star witness on this case. But they made him their star witness. So when you look at all the things that he did on the stand, all the things that he said on the stand, and now we have this ex parte meeting that took place. And when they come back, there's a whole nother judge. That could impact a jury. And so
sure.
if he, honestly, who knows that if Judge Whitaker was the judge at that time, if she would have even allowed Woody to take the stand to begin with, because they set motions to not even allow him to testify.
Correct.
So, I mean, he got on the stand and pled the fifth in front of the jury. And we know for a fact that the DA knew that he was going to do that. So, and he probably told her in that car. And then Woody is going around on YouTube telling everybody that that the transcript has been altered in some way and that there's things missing from the transcript, things that happened offline. So, and because we wasn't there and the defense wasn't there, we have no choice but to believe him. He told them, "Hey, I lied, and I'm only telling. I have not told the truth up until now. I'm telling you the truth now, and right now I did these crimes." That's in the transcript. So it's one of those things where it's like, would you want the jury to be able to consider all of those things that has happened, or anything that Woody said out his mouth, or any of the? Would you want the tapes that were allowed by Glanville to be played in front of the jury when they come back? Because there was a lot of litigation that happened over those tapes. No, absolutely not. And Glanville let those tapes in, even though they objected to it. So they probably feel like, hey, let's go back and see if a sensible judge that's not working with the DA clearly would have allowed these things to come in, because these things might be able to be reversed. And then we might say, hey, Woody never happened. Don't remember anything he said, anything you got from Woody, cross it out of your notepads and instruct the jury to do that. Now, can they? No, he's gonna, if anybody made an impression on them, it was him. But I would absolutely want that to be reversed.
You say you're at Starbucks?
Dunkin'
Donuts. It sounds like they banging pots and pans back there. What they doing?
They making my coffee right now, and they got this new marshmallow.
Okay.
They got this new marshmallow cold foam.
And I can hear you pretty good. I say, wait, hold on now. They got some what now?
They got a marshmallow cold foam or whatever. I usually get whipped cream in my coffee, but they got a marshmallow cold foam that I've been trying, and it's really good. So yeah.
Y'all hear that? For the people that are close to a Dunkin' Donuts.
Brought to you in part by Dunkin'.
Come on.
Dunkin'. Absolutely. America runs on Dunkin'.
Okay, come on here.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Right. Yeah. But, I'm glad that we, because everybody got their own thoughts and opinions, and I was, curious, because I know when you first came, you were talking about, don't put it on Fonnie. And I know Fonnie said, I'm taking this job because Paul Howard was so bad and I got to clean it up. Well, he might have been bad, but you came in and you did the same thing he was doing, if not worse, because she said she wasn't going to mess with nobody. And I'm being nice. She wasn't going to sleep with nobody that's in her office or under her authority. And next thing you know, we finding out on national TV that she was doing that and more. So I don't think I'm not attacking her as an African-American woman in her position. It's just her personal actions that she crashed both of these cases. She crashed the case with Trump because she showed up and she couldn't control her attitude. And then she crashed in this case because she let rogue prosecutors do what they want to do and take over the trial and have secret meetings in the back room. Oh, go ahead.
I think, I'm sorry, the Trump case, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever you believe about it, you should have treated that case like it was nitroglycerin, like an old James Bond movie. You don't want to jostle it. Right. You set this case up for failure by tapping your boyfriend. You didn't have to hire your boyfriend. And then, I'm sorry, Fonnie sat there, bold-faced, told y'all, playing in your face, oh no, I paid him the same amount as everybody else. Baby, I'm sorry. You can say, I will sign up for that page. Lady Dear Woke Christian will let me take that job.
Oh,
if you paying like that, Lady Dear Woke Christian will say, yeah, that's okay. This makes your love bring you home every night, boy. I'm sorry. Please. She set herself up for failure. Now, I have the conspiracy. I'm sorry. If the case was good, you should treat it like it's extremely. Listening to you, Paralegal Barbie, you've come across to me from our little discussion right here that you're not playing with things. Like you're serious about those things, which is great. With that being the case, then I feel like you would be prepared to properly handle this. Like, yo, this is serious. This is not just this ain't just whipped cream. This is that marshmallow cold foam. I got to treat it right. Look at it. Look at getting the amens and everything. Come on, introduce. You need to get your organ sound effect, my guy, because I'm over preaching. But
somebody said I need to get a sound system.
I'm just trying to make her laugh. I'm loving her smile.
Oh,
I'm trying to make her laugh.
And I'm trying to stir her up because I just wanted to know we ain't just attacking
I will say
Vandy
this.
out the blue.
Now look, I wouldn't have how she handles it. No, I probably Trump is guilty. Let's be real. Did he interfere with the election here in Georgia? Absolutely. Did he cause there was election officials that lives were flipped upside down after all of the things that he did here? So was he guilty? Absolutely. But what she did, no, I don't. She dropped the ball, and she should have known that, girl, you was playing with Trump. So you should have known that all eyes were going to be on you. Your whole life was going to be under a microscope. Now, did several did she try to give it to other special prosecutors and they turned it down? Absolutely, she did. She offered it to a whole bunch of people, and they didn't want nothing to do with the case. And finally, so he wasn't the first choice. He was like choice number 10. And a lot of people came out and said they were offered it, but they said no, because they didn't want nothing to do with Trump, because they would have became the next victim. Like
But like, for example.
But she still shouldn't have done him.
She shouldn't have, right. She was already doing him. She didn't need to do him. But my point was, when she offered it to Roy Barnes said, Nathan Wade was in my interview.
Right, he was already.
So I'm sorry. I don't think I'm not buying that you offered it to him. Right. Like, Nathan Wade was in his interview.
Right.
So matter of fact, even Amanda Timpson, the whistleblower in Fulton County, Nathan Wade was around there. So he was. I'm going to call a little bit of bupkis on that. So that's why I'm saying, nah, you weren't treating it like it was a serious issue. Like you fumbling this like this is a peewee football league. Like this is little kids, little league soccer, not World Cup. And then you sitting there looking weird. Like, no.
Somebody said we hating on Fonnie because she messing around with a married man that's not her husband. I know you lying.
Hating on Fonnie because she got
okay.
I'm crying now.
There's a couple problems with this argument right here.
Right.
I think the first of two problems is neither Talk That nor Dear Woke Christian are concerned about having a man. I'm whole married, so we got that. So I don't know about that one, Days. You might have to miss me at that one. DearWokeC@gmail.com if you want to come on and we can debate that. I'll tell you, explain what my issues are.
Do she really got a man if he married to somebody else?
Well, they said that they had broke it off before he. They said he broke it. Them timelines a little sketchy. They said that they broke it off before he took this case.
No, but no. He's married.
He's married.
Yeah. Well,
no, ain't no well. You single or you married?
Well, I will say this. I will say this. What she was brought to court for was breaking the law, and they didn't find that she broke the law. That's why this case can proceed, because they had to prove that she did this in financial interest of herself, and they couldn't find that, because you can't tell me that a $3,000 vacation for someone who makes $200,000 a year is the purpose for bringing charges against Trump. No, the charges were valid, and that's that. And honey, the corruption is widespread across the board, everywhere. I don't know. It just seems like it's coming out left and right everywhere. As far as corruption goes.
Well, y'all funny.
No, I think there's merit in the case. There's absolutely merit in the case.
Right. And that's, to me, and okay, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, that Anthony statement right there, he's still married. That's the thing. Like, and as of right now, today, as far as I know, he's still married.
He's still married.
He still ain't.
And then I didn't buy the argument. I think he was hired November 1st, and he filed for divorce November the 2nd. So he said he wanted the kids to finish school before he filed for divorce. Do your kids finish school in November? Is there something going on in Georgia where the kids graduate in November instead of the May, June?
No.
So he had to wait till the very next day that he was getting his big payday that he decided to file for divorce. I don't buy it. Not for 1 second.
Yeah,
somebody said that's a lie. They've been fooling around before this Trump case. Yeah,
I think it's really one of those things where, unfortunately, when you get into the political legal spectrum, your life is no longer yours. So you have to know that every move that you make, every breath that you take, every step that you take is going to be watched heavily. I know I heard y'all mentioning even Keisha Lance Bottoms, and I didn't have a problem with Keisha Lance Bottoms, but I do know that she was the mayor during the pandemic, and I watched her make certain rulings on the scope of authority that she had, and then the governor that was over her, I watched him supersede her over and over again, and because he was the governor and he's over the whole state and she's just over Atlanta, I saw him be able to trump whatever she did. So I don't like the bad name that she even got, based on when the timing was that she was the mayor or whatever. I just think that in general, when you take on those roles, you have to be prepared for whatever scrutiny is going to come. And I feel like Fonnie and Wade, they made a lot of missteps and they forgot that, hey, you're going after Trump and he don't play fair. He don't play nice. He don't care what he's done. You just can't do it. And whatever you do is going to be used against you. So you need to move accordingly and be wise in your movements, because if not, I'm going to use it against you.
And to be fair to Trump and his team or any other co-defendant, I think any good defense attorney that got a hold of this information would have been right to go after her if she's prosecuting my client for financial gain. And come to find out, she's prosecuting, she's paying Nathan Wade all this money, and then Nathan Wade is turning around and either giving the money to her directly or he's spending it on lavish vacations that they traveling all over the world. So if you're prosecuting my client for financial gain, then of course I think it's proper to bring this motion. And I don't even think it was Trump's actual attorney that was driving this boat. I believe it was Ashley Merchant.
Michael Roman.
Michael Roman's attorney, Ashley. Yeah. They the one when Trump just benefited from it. But it was actually his co-defendant's attorneys that actually called her out on that and got the GPS location of Nathan Wade all up at the at the woman house. You know what?
Lord, they done put the lady daddy. Only thing I was like in that case is, dang, y'all ain't had to put the lady daddy on the stand now. Ask him questions about her relationship.
Did he bring himself?
No, they subpoenaed him. He was forced to come testify at that hearing. The daddy. I'm like,
wait a minute.
Why not put that lady daddy on that stand?
Okay.
They required him. Everybody who testified was subpoenaed. They didn't have a choice.
Bad Mom Bree just asked you a good question.
Oh, I'm stuck to find it.
It's like the third, yeah.
I'm assuming that should be her very first motion on the 30th.
Yes.
Because all this other stuff can wait. I mean, we've been talking about, she can decide to rest while they're at home. There's no sense in holding them a day longer than she has to. And I believe the 30th, somebody said that the state is required to get 10 days to respond to any motion. So if, that should be enough time for them to say, hey, Young Thug don't need a bond. I mean, they've been repeating the same stuff for years of why they shouldn't get a bond since 2021. So they shouldn't even need 10 days. Just get one of your old motions and change the date to argue why Young Thug shouldn't get a bond.
Facts.
Yeah, and as of now, only one bond motion has been filed, and that was filed by Matthews. So none of the other attorneys have even filed a bond motion yet. But she knows that they're coming.
Well, they have the Harvey rule in effect. So the Harvey rule basically says if a motion is filed for one, then it applies to all of the defendants in the case. So basically all of them will benefit from this bond motion.
But were they using that as it pertained to evidence and things, rulings of the court, or were they, because even when was it Harvey that was kept making motions to sever his his client even throughout the trial. His motions only pertain to his client. So are they using the Harvey rule as it pertains to motions for bond and severance as well, and not just evidence? Are they using it for everything? Because that part I wasn't clear on.
Well, severance is different because a severance you're asking the court to take you away from the group. So obviously, that motion won't apply to the whole group because then you'll be asking to take the whole group away from the group. So then it wouldn't be a group left. So that's one of the rare motions that wouldn't apply. But I'm gonna share the screen.
I also thought that the bond would be different because the different co-defendants are being brought up on different charges in the indictment, like some of them for murder, some of them not for murder. So because of that, I thought that that's why those bonds will also be separate as well.
So this is the bond motion filed by Huey and by his attorney, and he specifically says it here. He said that all of this conduct shall be considered new information, new evidence, in the changing circumstances requiring that Mr. Huey and the other defendants be granted a bond. So he's asking for a bond only for his client and the other defendants. So they are joined in on this motion.
Okay.
I don't know if that answered.
I wanted to ask Coco because I see her in the lives and she has a lot of passion for this stuff. I really want to know like what she does. You can reach out to me offline, but what she does for a living and if she's interested in getting into the law field or what. Because I see her a lot in your lives and I really want to.
Oh yeah, Coco, if you're still here. And so they said today that they specifically told the judge that all motions are deemed to be towards all defendants unless specifically opted out by each defendant. So we're gonna see, but I mean, I don't expect the other attorneys to file bond motions. So we'll see on the 30th. I mean, could it be repetitive when she could just handle it all at once? And I think that's what the Harvey rule was to avoid, is repetitive motions, saying the same exact thing 6 different times.
Correct.
Oh, Coco, here she go. Chris. I don't know, my family here. They say it's about fence, so I don't know. Oh, okay. I don't think she answered your question. I think she's answering somebody else. Coco, if you maybe she's typing her reply.
Yeah, I didn't read. I know that she made mention that there was one request for bond. So I didn't read it to know that he had already put for all the defendants.
Right. Yeah, and I was thinking what they were waiting on, like where the bond motion at. I would have preferred they do it when they had the very next judge. Just because if this was saying no, maybe you could have asked the other ones before her, and you would have had different chances with different judges to try for bond.
I think it was also how he brought up the fact that the witnesses being on camera, because when you are entertaining bond requests, you're looking at flight risks, dangers, or to the public, or whatever the case is. So when you keep taking witnesses off camera, you give the presumption that they're in danger, and then you leave room for assumption of who is presenting that danger. Is it the defense? Is it the public who is presenting that danger? And that's why Harvey keeps saying, I object to these people not being on camera, because you make it seem like they're in fear for their lives or they're in danger by these defendants, which also allows you to continue to reject bond. But there has been no evidence of any of the defendants or co-defendants threatening anybody or anything like that. So really, people have gotten on stand and say they're scared of the DA before they said anything about the defendants. So I think that was another reason why I still brought that up today.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, at this point, if somebody alleging a threat, I need to know who made the threat against you, when was it, be specific so we can get to the bottom of it. And not just a blanket, because, veiled by the prosecutors. The prosecutors will make it seem like there's threats. No, Adrian Love, we're tired of playing those games. Who was threatened? When? By who? Was somebody sitting in this courtroom? Was it by phone? Was it somebody show up at their house? And I think now she know the games are over, and that's probably why she had that sorrow look on her face this morning.
She wasn't happy.
She wasn't happy.
She was not
at
happy.
all. Somebody said she plopped down in her chair. I missed that. I have to go.
She did.
I have to go see that. Yeah.
But she just does very interesting. She has very interesting body movements.
Right.
So
everything you're taught not to do, she does it in court.
Yeah. I'm like,
everything you're taught not to do in law school, everything they tell you, like, hey, make sure you're not looking like this, make sure you're not making faces, things you tell your defendants not to do in court. Yep. If you look at her in Hilton, like they be, and the camera zooms in every time perfectly on their faces, every single time.
Oh, so the cameraman know what they know what they doing. They in on it.
The cameraman trying to get his money. He trying to like, look, I'm trying to get y'all to hold on to this feed so we can get this AdSense. So he's trying to give y'all the best content possible. I ain't mad at him. Do your thing.
Not the
just like just like the camera zoomed in on the signal between Hilton and Glanville. Did you see that? Y'all didn't see that? Talk that long. You saw
I heard about it, but I didn't realize it
so.
until well after the fact.
Right.
Yeah. She was like, and he was like, I was like, wait, that looked like a baseball signal, but what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Like, that's something straight down the middle. I was confused. I was like, what are you telling him? But it definitely looked, and they zoomed all the way in on that, the camera, the media. Yeah. But people were worried that she wasn't going to want the media in the courtroom, which is her discretion. But I don't foresee that being
Judge
an
Whitaker?
issue. Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
But no, she didn't.
Right. I think she's good now. She figured out all she has to do to put that computer monitor in front of her to make her more comfortable until she warm up to it. And I think she can handle it now. And she didn't hold back. I mean, she laid down the rule, laid down the law, like what she expect out of the lawyers. Now, I don't know if she's going to use the carrot or she's going to use the stick. But, Glanville tried to use the stick. And then all the lawyers put out their own sticks.
Right.
I think
we're going to see when the first time, when right now they all lovey-dovey.
Right. It's the
we'll see when the first time something goes left.
Oh, yeah, especially when something don't go her way, because how she's been able to talk over Glanville or keep going after ruling. Judge Whitaker is not going for that. She's all about courtroom decorum. She's not going for that.
I would love to
I've
see
been in her courtroom
shouting at Judge Whitaker like she was doing at Glanville that time.
Oh, you've been in her courtroom.
Okay.
Or cut off, or the way she cuts off the other attorneys. Judge Whitaker's not going for that.
No.
As you've seen, like, even with the eating and the listening and the music and different things that was going on, this was a lot of first times for me. I was looking like, oh wow, that's happening. Like, oh wow, that's happening. That's happening.
It's happening in 4K.
I've had my phone taken before. I was working, so I mean, I couldn't believe it. I've seen whole oranges and chips and all kinds of things being eaten in court, like while litigation is going on. So when she put that on the list, I was like, yeah. And then someone commented about the repetitive filings of mistrials, requests for mistrials and recusals. You absolutely have to keep putting those mistrials requests on motion, on paperwork, or on the record, because that helps you at appeals.
Right. Yeah.
And even if they somehow get found guilty, then all of those times where your attorney stood up and said mistrial, and made motions or objections to things that were taking place in court absolutely helps you at appeals. Because if they never said nothing was wrong and they just let the whole process go through and then they file an appeal judge is going to be looking like, yeah, why now? Why wasn't something wrong during the trial, but now all of a sudden you have all these issues? Why didn't you raise these issues during trial?
Right, because they're going to say you're only raising them now because you lost and you're looking for a way to get a second bite at the apple. So you want to make sure you preserve that issue.
Got you.
But I want to thank you, Paralegal Barbara. Do you have any final words you wanted to say?
Yeah, because I'm about to go to a meeting about another exciting case in Fulton County. But no, Coco, I'm definitely gonna get you some contact information. Juveniles is very necessary for people to want to work with juveniles, but I know that a lot of people shy away from it because it can be very emotional dealing with children in the court system. But definitely go for it if that's what you want to do. I see your passion. I think you would do phenomenal. And yeah, y'all just, as I always say, learn your rights in your area. If you move somewhere differently, don't assume that all of the laws are different. I remember when I originally moved to Georgia, my first time ever being pulled over when they handed me the citation, and then I looked it up on court on the it was 5 times higher than where I lived previously as far as the amount of the ticket. And it didn't allow me to pay it online. I had to appear in court. And to me, that was something that was considered minor. So when you move somewhere different, as I know with the economy, a lot of people are moving, make sure you study the laws in your new area. Make sure you understand the court system there. Make sure you know who you're voting for and who's in the different seats in your area, so you know who's making those specific decisions. Who's your commissioner? Who's your governor? Who's your mayor? Who's your senators? Who are doing all of those things? Because the president is one thing, but I promise you, your day-to-day life is impacted by those people that are on your local level, and your prosecutors and your judges, and how you these experiences that people have in courtrooms. Your sheriff, all those things that you vote for locally, those have far more impact on your life, your day-to-day life, than any president ever could. So just make sure you are aware of those things, you study those things, and you find out those things, and you always know what rights you have and you exercise them. That's all I got.
Nope.
Well, thank you again, coming again, Paralegal Barbie. I know you came up before, and you definitely shared those things as well. But it's good that you're always educating the public, and hopefully we can get you back, on a future show.
Yeah, on the 30th, after the 30th happens, I know there's gonna be a lot of fireworks. So
right.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right.
We'll
normally at the end, I always try to drop the link so we can do this again. I'm
sure I hope this case is over by August, but
that might be wishful thinking, but we gonna see.
I'm kind of with her, but go ahead.
Yeah, right. We gonna see. This is some good content. All right.
All right, bye guys.
You gotta be good. Nice meeting you now. All right. Yeah. Talk that.
Yeah.
Thank you, man, for having me.
Oh yeah. Thank you for joining as usual. I know you always bring some good information and insight.
Always fun, man. I'm glad.
And we got to do this again sometime.
Oh, absolutely.
Coco says she liked it. She liked the information, and she wants you to look into 1898. I think she typed that so much in the chat. Coco, you want to do a quick breakdown of what 1898 is and where can it be found?
I don't see it. I don't know where.
Before you go listen to Boosie. Before you go listen to Boosie, can you just copy and paste that comment one more time?
Oh, okay. Look it up on Google. Okay.
Let's see. Also, we'll discuss the court whether about being notified about witnesses' appearances. Yes. Yes, and the Spanish-American War of 1898. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I saw too. I was like,
yeah,
I wasn't missing something.
Right. Maybe we can look. Maybe we can go through it and on a different time, because that's going to be a lengthy discussion. Because I know she's passionate about it because it's not her first time writing about 1898 in the chat.
Okay.
So hopefully we can have more context on that. But I do want to thank you again.
Always, brother. Always good.
For coming and supporting the channel.
Absolutely, man. I appreciate you, man.
I know we're not a big channel like you over there, but we're just a little small family channel, but you don't forget about us. So I definitely appreciate it.
No, man, I appreciate you, man. And hey, I just want you to know, man, I've been seeing what you're doing. And I just want to come by and give you kudos that I recognize that you are out here giving good information, adding value to this LawTube YouTube space. So, hats off to you. I know you're fairly new to this, but you're definitely crushing it like you've been doing it for some time. So, and looking at your chat, even though I don't know where you're getting all these Georgia people from.
We need some
in your chat. I'm gonna steal all the Georgia folk back from you. But no, you're doing a great job, man. I just want to let you know that I enjoy watching you, whether it be from afar or jumping in the chat, and you let me come on today rather. I really do appreciate it, man. So I'm proud of you, man. Congratulations on keep crushing it, and we'll do it again.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Let me know when you need me, my friend.
Word. Okay. We'll do. Thank you so much.
You got it, man. Take care, friend.
Okay. All right, you too. All right, y'all. So that was good. It's not a Spanish thing, and that's the lie. Read it, please. Question the answers about. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's not gonna be something that we can just read real quick. It sounds like that's something that we actually have to read in depth. But I want to thank dear old Christian again for always being so kind, supporting the channel, even behind the scenes, giving me different tips and things about how to make the channel better. And I'm always open to suggestions. Some people you can't tell them nothing. That ain't me. And when I first got on YouTube, he received me with open arms. Some people don't like when new people come into space. They think when new people come into space, you're gonna take food out their mouths. There's enough food out here for all of us. When you go to the grocery store, do you run to hurry up and grab your food out the aisle, or do you get your shopping cart, basket, whatever you call it, buggy, and go get it? Because why? You're not gonna rush because you see 10 people, 20, 100 people in the store. You know it's enough for everybody, and that's the vibe I had got from dear old Christian. I want to thank him again for always being kind and supporting the channel, and for inviting me on his platform, where we had a good time. And not only that, when we were having a discussion, Kayla, shout out to Kayla Bumpus, she actually joined the channel over there. So that all worked out good. And now she has her own channel, of course. All right. So y'all, we've been going a little bit over 4 hours, and now we got the ground rules. We know what we can do, can't do when we in this woman courtroom. Coco, you got the chat lit like Christmas. Come on. I'm glad we had Coco popped in. Talk about next time you have them up there acting up, I'm coming through the screen. No, don't you do that. If you see, click off. Hey, say I'm not fooling with him today. I'm gonna come back and catch him when he in on that type of time. When he calm. I'm not gonna fool with him when he got everybody else up there. Yeah, I do need to call her. I really do. I was on the East Coast, and I had said this on my last stream that when I was on the plane was getting ready to take off, and I seen this woman come in there like it was almost time to close the plane doors, and she walked past me, and I swear it looked like Kayla. And I was gonna talk to her, once we got off the plane, because everybody was rushing, trying to get ready to take off. But by the time I got off, I didn't see her. I went to go get my luggage and from the wheel, so nobody else didn't take it. And I guess she probably didn't have none over there because I didn't see her. But I'm gonna call her because I know she'd be flying back and forth to Houston, and I flew back to Houston, so obviously That likely was her. But yeah, thank you so much, Coco, and thank you, the paralegal Barbie, for coming up and sharing your knowledge. And you're right, you have to make sure you're looking at the laws when you move to a different state or when you go out of the country. Something here might be small, having, with marijuana in the States. But then you go over there, you may be looking at life in prison. Like, what? To different countries. You may travel to Cancun or what are these other places people be going to? What's that one girl? She got caught with a vape pen, that basketball player, and they tried to keep her forever. It was a local woman that had got caught with a gun in her bag, I believe in Mexico, and they had her in a Mexico jail over like 6 months. It was a lady from Texas, never been in trouble before, no criminal record, and she had to spend 6 months in a Mexico jail because she forgot to take her gun out of her bag. Oh, somebody said she flew out the ATL this morning. That's what. And also, I believe they said a lot of flights were down when I saw the news this morning. So that's good. She got to fly out. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks for the stream. I learned a lot from them. No problem, Mikey B. Thank you for joining. Right, they say when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. Don't go over there trying to take your American ways and thoughts and behaviors, because they will lock you up. They'll lock you up for stuff you might think minor here. And over there, a lot of those countries, they don't got no constitutional rights. Innocent until proven guilty. Hell, you guilty until you prove yourself innocent. They say you did it. You said, no, I didn't do that. Prove you didn't do it. I was at home sleep. I was in my hotel sleep. Prove you was at your hotel. Yeah, that's her name, Brittany Griner. Now I don't have to prove that you were on camera doing it. You have to prove that you didn't do it. Prove you were sleeping at 3 a.m. Did you wake up and take a selfie in the middle of the night? Y'all have help. Shout out to Coco. Okay. When I was in Houston, I got a ticket for handing out food to the homeless. Yep, they would do that. They said I was supposed to get a permit and get a specific spot in time and day that I was allowed to feed them. Ain't this crazy? They not worried about feeding them, but they want to collect money from you before you feed them. Then you got to do it in a specific area. And they say, I guess it's for the safety so that they don't get sick. I don't know how a permit gonna stop them from getting sick. Yeah, they're gonna get sick if they don't eat at all. But yeah, so yeah, she said a lot of good stuff. And I enjoyed her and dear old Christian going back and forth with their own thoughts and opinions and beliefs. And then they turned out in the end, it was almost on the same page. They almost on the same page. At the end, we was all laughing. So there was some good discussion. She said, by the top guy, how many, you know what? Now, see, in Houston, a lot of stuff they was putting on the back burner, but I bet you they didn't put them tickets on the back burner. They wanted that money. I bet you they want their money for every single one of them. Oh, let me go back. Hold on. Did I misread something? Let me go back and make sure. Oh, I read the typo. My bad. I know what you meant, discuss. Oh, so what was discussed in court wasn't about, yeah. I was, yeah, I got you. Somebody said, you said, oh, I had to pay every last one, and each one got higher and higher. Thank you for your kind contribution to the city of Houston. Thank you for playing. When would you like to come play again? So you can drive up that revenue. Anyway, if you tell no matter what, person, it will be filled. Wait, let's talk the law. Criminal attorney. Well, I'm glad you asked. Yes. I practice criminal defense and personal injury. Going on my 5th year. And that's my law license on the wall. Signed by the 9 justices of the Supreme Court. Thank you, Mikey B, for stopping in. You thought I was just up here talking, huh? I know a little something. I actually got my own trial schedule coming up. I need to go confirm if we're going to still have that or if they move somebody in front of us again. Because they do that sometimes. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for coming in. If y'all don't mind liking on your way out and subscribing if you want to come back. I don't know when we're going to, if something else break, I don't know when we're going to come back, but if some other document or something come out or y'all see something that looks of no, just let me know. I'm going to check Thugger Daily one more time. Shout out to Thugger Daily on Twitter to make sure. And shout out to Tia too. She always sends me stuff. Mr. Michael as well. I don't see nothing new. All right, y'all. What? Oh yeah, no problem, Chris. Oh yeah, personal injury. That's where the money at. I got a few cases that's selling this week. So that little change should be coming in next week. My client's gonna be happy. Come on here, Mookie. I don't even have to say it. He got it for me. Shout out to Mookie. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Joe, this boy say rich. Yeah, I think my diploma's in my office somewhere. This is actually the license. It's separate from the diploma, but they look the same. They're about the same size. Oh yeah, thank you, Coco. Definitely appreciate you popping in. And I'm gonna reach out to Kayla. What's all going? Or where y'all going? Somebody said Big Jeff going live. I don't know who that is, but shout out to Big Jeff. All right, y'all. Let me go. Hold on. What happened? How did that happen? Yeah, I don't know who Big Jeff is. Is that a YouTube person or is it a different social media site? Oh, he got a channel. Oh, my cash app. Let me I'll put it right here for you. Thank you. for asking. Wait. What? Wait, who said something to Mikey B? Wait, why Mikey B get mad? Oh no, you couldn't pay me to sit in another bar. That was 3 days of oh no. Oh no, hell no. Y'all done up and done it. I don't want to look at a bar exam. I want to go to another state and get. Oh, he said, no, I'm not. She said, sorry, didn't mean to post. No, I didn't know. I didn't know he had a channel. Yeah, I didn't know he had a. So everybody getting a YouTube channel now. And again, I want to thank Ken Goddess for her kind contribution that she sent on Cash App earlier during our stream. So I want to thank her for that. That was nice. No, I talked. Now I gotta go see if I got a trial for next week. But they are asking where is he live at? Go get him, Joe Hush. I want to make sure the focus for to be mad. Let me see something right quick. Where's I don't want to be putting people's whole names out if their name is already out on the but I do want to thank Ms. Vanessa Days for the kind cash app. I didn't want to show it because it had like your full name, and I didn't want to reveal none that ain't already public. But thank you, Ms. Vanessa Days, for the kind cash app. Y'all gonna have me eating good. I better lose no way. Need to go do a little run right now. No, I'm not. Yeah, the only time I showed is if I see the same name as the exact name as the of your handle. But yeah. But thank you. That was kind of you. I didn't know that you I thought you was mad at me though. Cause your comment earlier had me going. She said, y'all just mad that woman got a man. I said, I knew she had to be playing. Ain't nobody madder than his wife, his current wife. That's probably why she gonna get all her money with that divorce attorney. She said she wanted all. I know it was jokes. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Go Roro. Y'all are funny. Vanessa, you won't mind to get them, Jeffrey. Y'all are funny. I'm gonna drop mine in the chat too. All right, y'all. Well, thank y'all again for coming. I know it's other YouTube channels y'all could have been at, but y'all decided to hang out with me in DWC and the Barbie. Shout out to the paralegal Barbie, Dear Woke Christian, and everybody else that's always supporting in the chat. I'm trying to find it, so I don't. Let me see if I can find it. Hold up, yeah, hold up, I'm trying to find it. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gigi. Now I know everybody ain't always agree, but hey, I'm just gonna tell it from my perspective. Now, Michael, go on now. Go on. This is a married woman. Married woman, big married, not the little one. Because I think you had said that earlier. Come on, Annabelle. Or you said it, or somebody else had said it earlier, but I believe she got a whole family that I was able to see, and it obviously it's public because it's online. So if this is her, keep her as judge, it's probably likely her family, because this looks like the same guy that was standing behind her when she was sworn in. Yep. So it's safe to say she a married woman. Get that free research. Look at that free research. He said, "Oh, that." Oh yeah, thank you, Tia. No, when they said Big Jeff, I was thinking of a YouTube because they said they're gonna go watch him, and I didn't know he had I knew his name, but I didn't know he had a channel. I thought he was just visiting every once in a while. He may visit other people's channels, but I didn't know he started his own. Boy, y'all are funny. Now he said we walking around in slides and wants it dark with no socks on. Nah. No, I don't. But thank you for that, Gigi. For thinking about us. Thank you, Gigi. I don't even think we take PayPal. In my law firm, one thing about PayPal can come back months later and want some money back. I said, ain't no way I'm gonna have a client pay me, and then they try to request a full refund from PayPal, and they pull it back after I did all that work. No, we need something that's gonna be solid. I can't get my work back. Not that I have anybody that requested it, I'm gonna do my job. Still. But yeah, thank you for the thought, Gigi. That's kind. All right, y'all. Let me go. I was trying to find but I can't find it. I'm gonna find it right quick. Give me a few seconds. Well, this chat be moving, boy. As soon as you think you have something to spot, then there may be 10 more chats, and then next thing you know, it's pushed all the way down to the. Oh no, I know what he said. He was about 3. It was 3:30. It was 3:37. Let me find that timestamp. Or was it 3:27? Oh, I didn't see that, Mikey. Mikey said, I asked you a lawyer. Somebody said clearly. I just not seeing that. Sometimes I go through the chat and y'all swear that that I'm ignoring y'all. These comments be moving so fast. No days off. Okay, that's what they said. Well, it just depends on what type of time I'm on. So it's always a different vibe. But most of the time, y'all, if you're covering trial stuff, catch me in the morning. Catch me in the morning, Coco. I know that's when you prefer. All right, yeah, while I'm driving, I'm gonna listen to a little bit. I'm gonna plug him into my study already. I'm gonna listen to Jeff. If he's live right now, y'all said Big Jeff, not the little one. Okay, all right, now let's go. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody again. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Let me get out of here. But before I go, let me give y'all the disclaimer. No legal advice intended. I'm a lawyer, but I'm not your lawyer. I'm just here to talk their law. All right, y'all. Appreciate everybody, and hopefully we can catch y'all on the next one. If y'all have anything that's breaking, just send it to my email that's in the description. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good weekend, and see y'all on the next one. Oh yeah, thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.